All right, everybody. Every Sunday, 12 to 3, it is the Couch Potato Sports Show, and me, Sonny Clark, the hardest working man in sports radio, as we are here getting ready for the return of Cuervo. And guys, let me tell you something. It's been a long time since we've seen old Cuervo because he's been doing the moving thing. And I got experience with the moving thing because next week, I'm on the road. I'm bringing my mother-in-law from Tucson to the Dallas area. So we got around 16 hours for a driving job. So we got to get her out here so she can be properly taken care of. And that's what we're going to be doing. That's, and we've been doing all kinds of stuff to get her ready at her home, her new home in Garland, Texas, literally just right down the street from where I'm at. In case something goes on, I can roll over there, find out what's going on with her. That's, just what you do with family. You take care of your family. You may not always get along with your family, but you still take care of them. And, and all that stuff, you do it. And sometimes, you may not always have a serendipitous, great relationship with somebody, but you still do what you got to do. So it's just something, right? Trying to get everything set and ready to go. It's going to be a tough one. Tough week for Sonny at work. Then we get to do the 16-hour thing from Tucson back to there. But that being said, that's the name of this show. Guys, I'm telling you right now, last week, not on, it was Mother's Day, was going to do my show, but not necessarily a sports show. I was going to do a different show. I was going to do... And I want to tell you... Yesterday, it felt like I got hit by a Mack truck. Had that long honeydew list as long as my arm. I had that yesterday, but at least I feel better today than I did last week. Plus, it was Mother's Day, so I just went ahead and took off that day and got it. Now, that being said, guys, I'm going to tell you, I don't do this. Okay, normally we got paid sponsors on our show, but I'm gonna maybe make a commercial. I don't know, but guys, you got to go get you some Schwill coffee. Go to Schwill.com. Guys, this is Michigan sweet cherry. And if you're like me, I love me some flavored coffee. This right here, this is the good stuff, man. I'm telling you right now. And you can buy a pot. $1.69 is how much this costs. And it's good for a pot of coffee. And I bought a bunch. I bought some beans for the wife because she likes the old beans. She likes to sit there and grind the beans. I don't care, just as long as it tastes good. And I got a whole bunch of them. They have all kinds, like key lime pie. Key lime are just, I don't know if it's key lime pie or just key lime, but they got key lime. Michigan maple, those are my wife's favorites. I got this. They have a vanilla raspberry, which is so good, and all kinds. You can get them, and you can get them by the pots, and I really enjoy that. So check them out at Schwill.com or SchwillCoffee.com, whatever it may be. Guys, that's some good stuff. And today is this. It is the Michigan sweet cherry. So, God, make sure you check it. It's so serendipitous. It just melts in your mouth. That's twice I used that word. DC Dennis Clark checking in. And I haven't taken Uber. But I buy a pot. That's what's in this little thing right here is a pot. It's good for a pot. You drop it in. And you don't have to measure it and everything. Just have to add the water. It's some good stuff. So check it out. I spent way too much money last week to get it, but I'm glad I did because it got me some good coffee. So this week, interesting week all over the place. As far as, you might have missed the first part of it. I did it just now, it's so serendipitous. You love it, but I also did a serendipitous earlier. Anyway, that being said, lots to talk about on the Couch Potato Sports Show. Cuervo is fashionably late. He's probably getting high and tight. So that being said, he might be running late. Z's running a little bit late. He's getting fitted for a suit. And Lord knows when you're young and get fitted for the suit, that kind of sucks. But we'll have Z up online here probably a little bit later. No, I'm not sure how much or how many of the misfits that are going to join us here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. So, but lots of things to talk about as far as the sporting world is concerned. And especially since we missed a lot last week because of, but Tiger Woods is back in the news. And this was about a couple weeks ago. So it was probably the Monday after we did our Sunday show that all things Tiger started bouncing around. Now, when you look at Tiger Woods today, as far as what he does week in, week out on the course, he is not that same guy that we've seen, before the accident, before the divorce. He's just not the same guy anymore. But there's a couple of reasons why that is. He's just getting older. Been playing the game for a very, very long time. And these youngsters, they're not afraid of Tiger Woods anymore, guys. Tiger Woods used to be able to just kind of stop you in your tracks, make you nervous. If you were in the foursome or threesome that you were playing that particular week and you had Tiger Woods, you were a little intimidated. Well, these youngsters today are not intimidated by a Tiger Woods. Now, that having been said, Tiger Woods is known for what he's done on the golf course, but he's also more known in reality for what is happening off the course. And you can say whatever you want about Tiger Woods, a Florida judge. Now, see, he's been in a relationship with a woman. Now, he's Tiger Woods. He's not Sonny Clark. Okay? In other words, he's got a lot to protect. And there was so much criticism on this guy, Tiger Woods, about how he handled the breakup. He protected himself. And instead of saying something completely wrong, he said, she said kind of thing, he basically hired his attorney to break up with his girlfriend. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. So let me get that out there. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. This is a guy that still needs to protect his assets, protect his ass from a money-hungry woman that might, and I'm not saying she is, I don't know, but he had all this stuff in line before they got going. Now she doesn't want to abide by what he had set up as far as what was going to happen in case of a breakup. Now, Tiger Woods being business smart, guys, you can say a lot about Tiger Woods, okay? But this guy is smart. Business-wise, as far as protecting his ass now. Now, he wasn't smart business-wise when he was fooling around with his wife and everything else. I feel zero compassion for Tiger Woods and his personal aspects of his life and where it got to. Zero compassion, don't care. You fool around on your wife, this is what happens. I can take you back, and guys, I have been beat up over Steve McNair. And if you don't know the story of Steve McNair was married, and he had a girl on the side. He was paying for the apartment and everything, and she ended up shooting him. I don't know if she shot herself. I think she did. But she ended up shooting and killing him. And my line for the Steve McNair is really simple. If this man wasn't out doing what he was doing, he'd be alive today, by the way. If he decided that, if he didn't have a side chick, never mind a side chick with a gun that could blow your ass away in a heartbeat, He'd still be alive today if he was faithful to his wife. Instead, he decided to go off road and go with whoever she was. And the whole story. See, I don't even care how the story came down. There's a lot of controversy about the Steve McNair suicide. Well, not him suicide, murder suicide. She murdered him, then shot herself. There's a lot in the story, and I don't even care about the story. You want to know why? Because if he would have kept the worm between his legs instead of someplace else, he'd be alive today. Now, I'm not saying the woman should have shot him, but I'm saying that's a consequence to the actions of what you're doing, whether it is the girlfriend or the wife. I have zero compassion for Steve McNair. And listen, guys, I've been blown up about that position. But when you go down, when you look at the brass knucks of the whole thing on Steve McNair, if that guy decided to keep it in his pants and go home to his wife, he'd be alive today. And there's no question about that. Maybe, he might have had a heart attack or whatever, but no one would have popped him. So he got popped fooling around, and if he never did it, this wouldn't be a story. There wouldn't be a story. Now, Tiger Woods, on the other hand, his was so big, he lost everything. By the way, she got an island in the divorce settlement, and I'm trying to figure out why she would need more than the island, but that's a total different story. How much money he lost on that deal. Now he's protecting himself. He's a single man now and everything else. He's protecting his assets. And he did everything right. And everybody's blowing over Tiger Woods' response to doing what he had to do to protect himself. And I'm telling you right now, I don't get it. I don't know why people are mad, and people are blasting Tiger Woods like you wouldn't believe. I'm reading. I keep reading about it. Some comes up all the time. They're talking about Tiger, and by the way, Tiger couldn't play in the Masters. I think it was a couple weeks back. Still, Jesus Christ, guys, did you see that injury? My wife can relate a little to Tiger Woods' injury because she fell off a curb, broke her foot right off of her leg. I mean, completely they screwed. They had surgery, brought out the power tools, got her foot back on. They had to bring out the power tools big time for Tiger. He had a leg broken in two spots, one on the other. This guy was jacked up. Now the story, I don't care about the story. Here's the deal. He's out there, he's shooting golf and, being competitive. He's not Tiger Woods of old. He is Tiger Woods, the average. And believe me, he's better than most in the average, but he's not going to be amongst those young cats that are out there. They're not afraid of Tiger. And whether or not he got in that accident or not, I don't know if they wouldn't be scared of Tiger. Still. If he was healthy, no problems with his leg, these young cats go out there. These young kids are fearless. They will take the chance. Tiger Woods used his power. These young cats are using their brains. So nobody's afraid of Tiger no more. So he's invincible. Not invincible. He's invincible now. So now you got to take a look at what he can do. And will he I don't think he's going to ever be able to win another major. I really don't. Not with these guys that are out there right now. So winning another major is going to be hard for Tiger Woods. Good, bad, or indifferent, it is what it is. But I would like to see him go out and do it. And I would like to see him break Jack's record. Hey, listen. There were three guys in the golfing world that growing up, listen, I was a golfer, dude. I played on the golf team in high school. I was a golfer, and I was damn good. And Jack Nicklaus was one of my favorites. Lee Trevino, one of my favorites. And Freddie Couples, my favorite. Out of all the guys that got, Freddie Couples was my guy. So when Tiger came along and started changing the landscape of what golf was, you got to go back and still go, wow, look at what he did. The problem, and we can talk about that all day long, is this: what it was Tiger the GOAT of golfing. And listen, I'm going to tell you right now, he's won so many friggin' tournaments, but really when you talk about golf, it's all about majors, and he has not beat Jack. He's beat Jack as far as totals, but I mean, majors is what it's about. It's the Super Bowl. The majors are the Super Bowl. And he needs to, I want him to be able to beat it, mainly, but I don't put Tiger Woods as the best golfer. Although, that being said, of course, that's the name of the show. The way the game has changed, who knows what Jack would have done if he had the same equipment that Tiger Woods had as he was running out there doing what he did. So, now I know golf is not a great big thing to be talking about, but this goes back to the fact that Tiger is protecting himself by all means. He's protecting him all around. And people are getting on Tiger Woods for this, and I haven't figured out why this is such a big problem. Tiger Woods has got a lot to protect. He also has to protect motives. You can trust whoever you want to trust all day long, but when you're Tiger Woods and not Sonny Clark, you go to the extreme of protecting yourself because you've got something to protect. And I'm going to tell you straight out that Tiger Woods is definitely a guy that needs to protect himself. And if he doesn't, then everybody look at him and goes, he's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because if he doesn't, everybody's going to go, what an idiot. Why didn't he protect himself? He's got this much money. So when you look at it, don't look at it as catch-22. Leave this guy alone. Tiger Woods, and listen, if he can go out and win another tournament, and a major, forget tournaments, because listen, that guy can sit out here in Dallas, okay, and knock everybody out, or someplace in Illinois where we used to go watch them just on a regular, the Western Open, and tear those courses up and the people who play there. It's all about the majors. It's all about the pressure. It's all about trying to beat Jack. And until he does, I can't give him that. I want to, because if Jack was in this with this kind of equipment, Lord knows what Jack Nicklaus would have done. Never mind anybody else. So the new school with the new equipment and everything, that's the difference. So when you go back and when you talk about Jerry Rice being the guy, could you imagine how many yards if guys weren't hanging off of Jerry Rice and they couldn't touch him in today's game? No one's going to catch him now. But if you imagine if they had the rules of today, no one will ever catch him ever. Jerry Rice is just that damn good. And that's where you look at the eras. You go, with Jordan. And by the way, this Jordan stuff going on, with him missing the ball because LeBron, listen, the LeBron James is a really simple situation here, okay? And listen, the arrogance of LeBron James has put him where he is today with this throwing up. And by the way, there's a video out there, and this is this is the problem today. LeBron James, by the way, couldn't happen to a better guy being down 0-3 to the Denver Nuggets. I don't even have to watch the game to be really happy about it. Because if you go, arrogance gets you who you are, okay? So those that don't know about LeBron James, his deal is he takes the talcum powder. They put it out there for him to entertain. The look at me status of LeBron James is put on a spectacle every home game. Well, I think it was not this last one, but the one before. where they put the powder out and everything for him to do his thing. And I know this, I know people are just gonna say, Sonny, you're just a jerk. You're missing this. So he goes over there, they give him the thing, and he, I guess, comically whips some of this powder in this guy's face who's sitting there doing his job, covering LeBron James, and he just thinks it's funny. But it's another way, in reality, for LeBron James to punk someone. LeBron James is such an egomaniac. Look at me. The flopping for the last 2 weeks in this playoffs, it's sad. Superstars like LeBron James don't need to be flopping all over. And by the way, there were obvious flops. So it's not like this guy was wrestled to the ground or whatever. Heck, he flopped himself. See, what's going to happen is LeBron James is going to flop one day. He's going to get a major injury, and the guy that he was flopping against is going to get the heat about it. LeBron James needs to stop flopping. It's pretty sad. I don't care about it. Listen, LeBron James losing control of the ball while he's trying to go up and slam dunk it. Everybody's trying to make, but listen, that happens to every great basketball player, or for that matter, baseball player with a fastball down the middle and don't recognize it to clock it out of the friggin' stadium. These little things, they happen, and I don't know why they go and get on LeBron James about that. That kind of stuff happens, but to look at me, the flopping, it's all about me. Partially it's his fault. Mostly it's ESPN's, where they got him in high school, for God's sake. And they were covering him in high school. So the fact that he feels entitled, that don't surprise me. I wish he could man up and realize, hey, you got an entitlement problem. Change the way you do things. That's what I'd like to see LeBron James do. He won't, because he's LeBron James, and that's where he gets his attention. Now, I'm not, and right now I'm in an argument with McKendrick Harper. He's a cornerback for an indoor football team. I love this guy's game. And I'm in an argument with him why I hate him. And I hate him because he's arrogant. I hate it because he's entitled. I hate it because he thinks everything's about him in the NBA. I hate it because ESPN created a monster. And now that he's not performing to the high standards, now they're going to their kids. Guys, I'm going to put this up because it just made me so angry. And I don't know if I kept it because I saved it for it. Yeah, I didn't keep it. Yeah, I got rid of it because we have a lot to talk about when Cuervo gets here. But there is report out that Dennis Rodman's son wants to transfer colleges to go play with LeBron's son. That was the point of one of my posts. Just makes me sick that players are like this today. I want to go play with LeBron instead of I want to beat LeBron. So that's the difference between basketball in the 90s and the early 2000s compared to what it is now. Everybody wants to play with him. And it takes away, that was my wife. It is stupid. Everybody wants to play with LeBron James. Listen, LeBron James, he is so far past his prime. And listen, and I can respect the fact that he makes his money, but why everybody has been loving on LeBron for so long when, first of all, he's lost the step 3 years ago. He was lucky to get the championship in the bubble, and no one respects the championship in the bubble. Listen, he's got the same amount as Larry Bird. I can't put him past Bird yet. Everybody jumps on me. Sonny, what are you talking about? He's all the score and everything. Yeah. But if Larry Bird played in his prime in today's game, you couldn't stop Larry Bird. Sorry, you couldn't. Not only that, he has a passion of the game from where most of the players don't even come close to having to play the game. And the reason why people love guys like Larry Bird, you want to know why? It's because of the passion. It's because of the desire to be the best, not the champion, be the best, which in turn gets you the championship. Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, all these guys, they did it once, and that was for the Olympics. And they put all that aside for the Olympics. But when they got back to the NBA, folks, I'm telling you right now, Jordan could give a rat's big fat butt about Larry Bird. Magic Johnson cared less about him because he wanted to be a champion. And vice versa. Larry Bird could give a rat's fat butt about Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson. It's just the way it was. Look, I mean, right now, even Isaiah Thomas, for God's sake, cannot get off of how green he is about not being as good as Jordan and the fact that they decided, well, we'll keep him off of the Dream Team. The greenness in that is pathetic. And the fact that guys want to move, pick up and move, you know, basically tampering, saying I'm available. And that comes from Kevin Durant, too. Kevin Durant, growing up, I was kind of a Miami Heat fan. Really? Really? Are you sure? Are you just trying to get someone to throw you some more money that gets you away from Phoenix and put you on a different team? It's always been a dream to play with them. Let me ask you a question. Is that a dream to play for the Miami Heat? Or is that a dream in reality to say, well, I want to go someplace where they'll pay me more money, which is what Kevin, listen, at one point I respected Kevin Durant and Kevin Durant's game and what he is all about. But I've lost all that respect in reality for Kevin Durant right now. So that being said, of course, that's the name of the show. If he turns himself around fairly quickly, what could end up happening there? So it's real interesting. Got a man in the green room, but we're going to wait for the man in the green room so he can finish his meal. And then we'll bring him on. But we're going to do what we do here. We're going to take a quick break on the Couch Potato Sports Show. When we come back, we're going to talk more. We got a long list to talk. We got to find out where the hell Cuervo is. I said 12. He said 12 your time, Sonny? Yeah, 12 my time. So he's getting the high and tight, fashionably late, of course. And then Z, he's here. He's ready to rock and roll, and I appreciate that. He's going to finish up his meal, and then when we come back here, guys, we're going to dive into the big thing, big part of it. I'm going to call Cuervo on the break. Going to heat up my nice new coffee. Yeah, that's right. Chill coffee, Michigan green, Michigan sweet cherry. Yum, 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 yum. See, I drink a lot during the show. So, you know what it is. So, but that being said, we're going to take, hold on. There might be something I need to put right here. Yeah. Okay, yes. But he was also not the big star. He wasn't the main man. That being Kevin Durant. We'll talk about that a little bit more when we come back here on the Couch Potato Sports Show, guys. Make sure you check out our sponsors, guys, especially if you're around local. Check out the sponsors. By the way, interestingly enough, a little report to you. Cuervo is going to be on in about 10 minutes. Just got the message from him. Appreciate that. Got the high and tight probably. Got getting the house ready. Just moved. So also, guys, guess who's back in the broadcast booth for the Sexy Mustang? Of course, it's me, Sonny Clark, the hardest working man in sports radio, along with the Eagle Eye Bill Cerna and Big Red Butch Wilson. Will be bringing you Sexy Mustangs. We got the call that everything was all good, so we'll be doing it again. So I'm looking forward to that. So, and also, guys, again, if you get the opportunity, check out our sponsors here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. If you have any kind of the services that they need and you're around about, or you can mail and do something with them, great. So check them out. We'll be back here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. And that being said, we'll be right back.
At Wesson General Contracting Incorporated, we're your one-stop shop for all your general contracting needs. We are locally owned and with over 20 years of experience, so roofing, gutters, sidings, fence staining, painting, foundation problems, or roof damage are no problems at all. Give us a call at 214-200-5588. That's 214-200-5588. Wesson General Contractors. The prospect of retirement can be exciting and scary at the same time. At Nest Egg Wealth Advisors, we have found many people either approaching or currently in retirement failed to truly maximize some of the benefits offered to them, primarily Social Security. What is it? How does it work? It's simply not a benefit that you start receiving at age 62. Because these decisions are so important, my firm has assembled an informational packet on Social Security. If you would like a complimentary copy of Social Security Maximization, please give our office a call today at 972-412-6064 or visit us on the web at nesteggadvice.com. At the Jerry Bullet Training Center, we are a motivated team of coaches with the mindset of helping you achieve and reach your highest goals. Having developed and trained over 100 Division I athletes as well as Division II athletes, even professional athletes, the Bullet team definitely has the knowledge and mindset to take you to the next level. Check out our new 22,000 square foot facility and 3,000 square foot weight room, along with 4,500 square feet of outdoor turf and covered training area, along with football and soccer fields. Contact Melvin Bullitt at 214-326-7853 or visit their facility just outside of Waterview at 8900 Princeton Road in Rowlett.
Being taken for a ride? Check out Casso Insurance, serving Texans since 1981. Bundle your home, auto, or business insurance and save a ton. Casso Insurance on the corner of Main Street and Rowlett Road, where we make insurance fun. Or check us out on the web at CassoInsurance.com, where we always have the coffee pot on. Yeah, but is it fresh?
There is nothing that beats good home-cooked barbecue. Since 1941, Dickey's Barbecue has done all the cooking and you take all the credit. Come see us today at our Rowlett location, 5701 President George Bush Turnpike, Suite 110 in the Target Shopping Center. Whether you want to eat in or take it home, we will fix you up. For lip-smacking, rib-tickling, knee-slapping, foot-stomping, great-tasting barbecue, come see us at Dickey's Barbecue today.
Here at Fit Body Boot Camp, located in Saxe, the solution is here. Fast, long-lasting weight loss results and the healthy lifestyle you need to keep them. The key to your fat loss success is our signature afterburn workouts, as well as support and motivation from our world-class coaches, and an easy-to-follow nutrition program to help you keep the fat off. Visit your local Fit Body Boot Camp in Saxe today to see the difference for yourself, or give us a call at 214-463-3005. That's 214-463-3005. Fit Body Boot Camp, Saxe. Saxe Ice House is a non-smoking craft beer and beer pub located in the heart of Saxe. The Ice House was opened to provide a friendly, clean, and female-friendly environment. Saxe was lacking a place for service industry, date nights, and girls' nights, as well as happy hours. Excellent service and top-notch food are our priority. On Tuesday, we offer 79-cent wings, as well as half-price burgers on Mondays. So check us out at the Ice House, located at 6501 Highway 78 in Saxe, or give us a call at 469-304-1550, or check us out on the web at SaxeIcehouse.com. Go Mustangs! Ever want to know why Bill and I look so great on our broadcast? Check out K West Designs on Facebook to find out why. Check out all the samples that Kelly has up so you can see, especially if you have a special occasion that needs something original or design or something that says, this is our moment. Check out K West Designs on Facebook or give Kelly a call at 469-601-5856. That's 469-601-5856. K West Designs. Rich's Performance Muffler and Auto Care has provided complete auto repair services to the Wiley area since 2003. Whether it's alignments, brakes, air conditioning, muffler service, suspension, front-end auto services, or in my case, a Cadillac converter, Rich does it all. Stop by and see him at 603 Commerce Street, Suite 203 in Wiley, or give him a call at 972-461-0776. That's 972-461-0776. You'll be happy you called Rich instead of anybody else.
All right, everybody, welcome back into the Couch Potato Sports Show. It is me, Sonny Clark, the hardest working man in sports radio. And let me tell you something, guys. I have got the young sportster in the green room. Let's bring him on in. Of course, if I push... Gotta push the button, get him on in here. Good to say, hey, this guy he's been consistent. He's been on the show for the whole time we've been doing this, and I appreciate that. Of course, I got to just change the outside. How you doing? Good to see you, Z.
Good to see you. How you doing?
Fantastic. Now, I was talking a little bit about, one Tiger Woods, and you're kind of on the end of Tiger Woods' career. You weren't kind of around, or you were too young to even understand who Tiger Woods is. So as a young guy, what is your take up on a Tiger Woods and where he is today in his career? Or do you even know? You might not even know.
I mean, I genuinely don't know. I know one thing about Tiger Woods, and I'm pretty sure it's that he got in like a car crash or something. That's all I know.
Okay, all right. So, and that's fair because you didn't keep up with him. You didn't know about the dominance of his game. So I was just going to ask you because a lot of even young folks do know about Tiger Woods, what he's about, what he's done for golf, and put golf on a mainstream in reality for TV and everything else. People went to see Tiger and they watched if they couldn't go. The TV ratings for Tiger Woods was incredible. So that's just what you saw and what he was all about. Now, that being said, give us a little update on the Frisco Fighters. How did they do last night? They were over on the West Coast, and I had a honey-do list as long as my arm, so I did not get a chance to see. Do you know if they won?
We took our first L.
Oh man, and they were worried about these guys, and I remember because I've been seeing posts about the Frisco Fighters and even Billy saying good test for us today, and so unfortunately they took the loss. What did you see or what did you know that happened in the game last night that caused that first loss of the season for the Fighters?
Well, I mean, even before halftime, which I caught up, after halftime, which is when I was really tuning in on the live stream, we were already down 35-28, and our defense just was not playing good defense. That's all it was. Our defense was not playing good defense. We were getting too many flags, there were too many moments where our offense let the defense bend but not break. And coming down to the end, we were down at the 17, and TJ kind of, tries to take off, and he throws cross body right into the defender's hands. They go back down and score. Bryce Crawford, he missed a PAT. Bryce Crawford missed a PAT, which put us down a point. Which some people might think it's only a point, but point can really matter if it,
especially in the indoor game.
Right, and we went for two, and TJ, it was not a good sight. TJ just got clobbered. The O-line, I'm not even kidding. It looked like the O-line was full of just truck drivers.
Got it.
Like, no profession at all. It was not a good game. We kind of came back.
In other words, not everybody was on the same page. Is basically kind of what you're kind of alluding to, because when you see that kind of stuff, and that usually happens when you get down about 2 touchdowns, it even gets worse than it's kind of obvious sometimes, but when you get down, it's even more when they get down.
Oh, yeah, and for sure. I mean, TJ Edwards, though, that's one thing I can't really blame TJ. He played basically a perfect game except that one pick, but, I mean, it was just, I saw someone say something about the coach calling. I don't know if it was completely on the coaches. I don't know if it was completely on the players. You can't put it all on the coaches without putting it some on the players. Because a coach can only coach you if you're coachable, and a coach can only coach you to do what you think your players can do. And if your players don't do that, well, then it's not your fault for not coaching them. It's their fault for not playing at that level that you need them to play at. And I think that's part of the reason why we might have lost last night. I mean, Quad City lost, though. So Frisco's still in the lead by 1 or 2 games. So it's not like we lost first place. And considering the Western Conference, I think it's more of a race to see who's going to win the Eastern Conference than it is the Western Conference. I have no doubt. If the Fighters, we're only going to lose maybe 1 more game. Maybe. Max. I see us only taking 2 L's. But it was unfortunate. It was super unfortunate because, we came into that game thinking, well, we're 7-0. They're 4-3, which, not a terrible record. You got a winning record. You're still up in contention for the Eastern Conference. But something took us off by surprise. That's one thing that I think happened. And we just weren't playing our game. But TJ Edwards, there was one play, I think we were down at like the 12 or something. And he broke like 2 sacks, like evading in and out, and then he just booked it into the end zone. And TJ, that's one thing about TJ. He reminds me of Lamar when Lamar wants to use his arm.
I get you, and you can see a lot of examples of the Lamar type of players in the indoor game. It is one of the most exciting portions of the game. Now, that also being said, that game last night, sometimes you just don't show because you should go out there and whip someone's behind. And that's what happened in reality. They no-showed for that game because they, like you said, their record spoke volumes about how good they are, which is not very. But if you don't go there 100%, especially when you're on the road, it's even worse when you do it at home, but when it's on the road, it's almost acceptable. But at the same time, the Frisco Fighters had no business losing to that team last week. So that's not a coaching deal. It could be. If you got to be able to get your guys up and ready to go to play that game, even though they should win it, they got to be able to coach those up. But you're right. I'm right there with you. The coaching only gets you so far. And the example of that is when you go back and look at the head coach, Billy Back, go back 2 seasons when he was coaching the Spokane Shock going into the playoffs. Even I think that was the year before. But he brought his team in, should have been able to beat the Frisco Fighters when he wasn't the coach, should have been able to beat them based upon what they did, but he was on the road, and you got to do something to get a team to play and get amped for a game out on the road. And let's be honest too, if you think about it, the players' mentality is a big one. They should go in there and they can turn around. If they get down 2 touchdowns, they don't stress. But what happens after the second touchdown? Now you're down. That goes to the third one. Now you're down 21, or the field goal down 17 changes the whole aspect of the game. And if your head's not in it, you can't get back into it.
Yeah, and speaking of the Spokane Shock, it's actually kind of it's kind of a coincidence you talk about that. I actually have a poster of that game.
I
have several. Not really in the background. I mean, I have 2 here, but the other one's over here. But it I don't even have too many words to describe what happened last night.
They dropped the ball.
Yeah, we dropped it. We had a couple good catches though. I will say, but one major part, and this is kind of what I noticed last week. Um, against the Tulsa Oilers. I don't know. Wait, I forgot when that game was. It was either last week or 2 weeks ago. Against Tulsa, we barely won that game, and Tulsa isn't a great team. You know, first year team. They're not, they didn't really get it together. Kind of like the Bay Area Panthers last year. They weren't good, but it's their second year now. You got Justin Rankin,
Yes.
which
Yes.
our running back, he terrorized us. Yeah. I mean,
It was a big loss for the Frisco Fighters, by the way. Now having
Oh, yeah.
Rankins back on this football team, it's big loss for him.
yeah, and I'm starting to see kind of whenever we lose, you don't really realize. And I don't know if this is just with the Frisco Fighters, because other than the Fighters, I don't really have another favorite team like I do in the NFL and the IFL. Like she just said, low scoring game last week, 39-37. Yeah, I don't think you really realize the key players to the team until they're hurt and you don't have them.
Oh God, yeah.
And I notice that more in the IFL than I do the NFL. Of course, in the NFL, I guess a big part of it is the scoring differential. You know how, like, in the NFL, a normal end game is like 14-28 final score? In the IFL, you're getting 100 points total each game.
Yeah.
But if you combine both teams. We lost Spencer Tears in the middle of the
That
Tulsa
was a big loss.
he broke something. I don't know what he broke. They haven't released it. But that game was a lot closer and it was only a 2-point win. And now I'm starting to think, well, Spencer Tears definitely could be a number one wide receiver, but the place that he went to, he was in the XFL. He is in the XFL because the IFL and XFL signed a brand deal where, like, you can play in both leagues at one time, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken.
Not sure. That I don't know about.
Yeah, I don't know. It's either that or something else. But he made it to the XFL, and that's one thing. If a player makes it to a higher league, then you know they're good. But you don't really realize that until he's injured. And that's one thing. That could have been the one main reason why we lost that game last night.
Vital personnel, big part of it, especially in indoor football, because they don't carry a backup quarterback. So if you're, during the game, based upon how many players that can actually be active for the game, so they 9 times out of 10 don't have a backup quarterback, and then when that happens, everything's turned completely upside down because quarterback is such a valuable part of the game. On defensive side, when you lose a corner who is a badass, that really hurts your football team, or a defensive back. It really hurts your football team because it's since it's, first of all, the field's smaller. Second of all, who's out on the football field and who's not. Who's good, who's not, who you can pick on, who you can't, because it's less guys that you have to keep track of. And then sure enough, that's where you end up going. If you have an injury, you go for blood. That's where you head. And listen, the IFL and indoor football, that's exactly what it is. And that's why they took the Iron Man portion of the indoor game out a lot, is because of injuries playing both sides of the ball. So it's usually the way. Yeah, that's the reason why we're seeing the changes in the game to where it is, because a loss like that to a guy who is that much of a big part of the game is huge. So Fighters they're okay. They're going to make the playoffs. That's not necessarily going to be the thing, but how they're playing going into the playoffs is going to be the big story on whether or not how successful they're going to be in the game, or in the playoffs, and or get to the championship game yet again, see if they can get the win.
I totally agree with that. I mean, it really depends on how and what the players do. Whenever you enter the playoffs, it's totally different. It's not like you're entering a regular season game where if you lose, you're going home.
Yes.
With the playoffs, you got to have that kind of mentality. You got to be able to know, okay, well, if I don't play my best, well, we're not going to make it to the championship.
Yep.
And I think that might have, you know what? No, I'm not even going to say that. IFL, please don't come after me for this. But whenever we play, what was it, Quad City? That's who eliminated us last year, I think.
Can't stand them. Can't stand the Quad City Steamrollers. Can't stand them. Can't stand their owner. I know him personally. Can't stand them. So that it's one of those things. So now that being said, of course, that's the name of this fine program on Sundays. Catch us from 12 to 3 on the off season, and then of course catch us during the season at 9 to noon. And we bring there's an expression. There's a sight for sore eyes.
You didn't know? Your ass better call somebody.
And I got the sight for the sore eyes for the fine co-host of this program. Wait, why am I getting a black screen for Cuervo? There he is. How you doing, my goodness? A long time no see. We're having a connection problem with Cuervo, the fine goes on the program, and we're not. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you? He's just staring right at me. He's like frozen.
A little choppy, Sonny, but yeah, I can hear you.
Wow. Oh, hard. Oh, I think we're caught up. I think. And so there it is. I think I got. How you doing, my friend? Good to see you, man. It's been a minute. Okay, we're gonna have you try to start over and hit back in with us, Cuervo, because we're not getting a good connection as far as timing is concerned. It looks like Z and I are working pretty good. So try to restart like whenever we have that problem. We'll get you back in here, my friend. Okay. And that'll probably take a minute for it to catch up because that's what it is. It's a streaming deal. There he goes. And so we'll hit that. No, yes. So that being said, we'll get back to him when he comes in. Now, until he gets in, definitely old school. Probably way. I'm not going to say he doesn't know who he is, but an ambiguous time of the year for people in Cleveland. All eyes are on Cleveland right now because of the loss of a legend in football. And even if you almost don't even know who Jim Brown is, the loss of a Jim Brown it's so prominent, especially in Cleveland, especially in football, especially amongst those in the Hall of Fame, especially if you watch most football movies, you see Jim Brown somewhere in it. If you watch Any Given Sunday, he was a big part of Any Given Sunday, which, by the way, I think was one of the better realistic football team outside of Al Pacino being the coach. I still had a hard time buying that, but everything else, as far as what they were doing in that movie, that's what we ended up with, and a big loss in Cleveland, big loss in football in general. It's one of those losses that it just kind of makes you aware of, the legends, and the legends are dropping. So I'll ask you, Z, what's your impression of Jim Brown? Do you know who he is and what he's about? I kind of figured you did. Being the fact that Jim Brown was even before my time, but I had an opportunity to learn about him and know about him. What do you know about Jim Brown? What's your take?
I know Jim Brown's the best running back to lay his feet on the field. That's one thing I got. And that might be a hot take, but really, I don't think so. You could argue maybe Marshawn Lynch or Barry Sanders, but Jim Brown, he was that guy back in the day. He was the guy that you would say, oh crap, we have to play Jim Brown. What are we going to do? What is our defense going to do? And even in today's NFL, if he was at that age, you would still have to plan Wait, what are we gonna do against Jim Brown? It is Jim Brown.
Yeah.
He's
the one people compare. I mean,
Yeah.
now granted, you're always going to have the ones of Walter and Emmett Smith and all the other guys, but even to that point, everybody thinks that Emmett, Walter, but before those guys was Jim Brown creating the landscape of what people look at as far as who's good and who's not, and what type of player Jim Brown. Jim Brown was one of the most physical running backs in the NFL, and he made being physical part of the running back game when they weren't. And a guy that learned from a lot from that is if you watch Walter Payton play, Walter Payton, you weren't just going to push him out of bounds. You're going to have to tackle him. You're going to have to hit him. And so he brought that mental toughness to the game where a lot of players that picked up. Emmitt Smith is one of them as well. I mean, you had to pretty much hit Emmitt Smith to get him down, because if you barely touch the Walter, Emmitt Smith, and these other guys, they're off to the races because of their physicality and how they played the game. Now, today's game is a lot different than what you could see from Emmitt Smith back in the Walter Payton days, and then, of course, the Jim Brown days. They are not as equipped to be able to be a Jim Brown in today's game. They're not capable, because that's not how the game was. They're not expected to, hit someone on the way out of bounds. They're expected just to run the football. And back in the day when the ground was being laid for the superstars of who we, kind of know off the top of our head, Jim Brown was the guy that led him to it. And it's a big loss for the city of Cleveland as well, because when Cleveland, that's the only time when you looked at Cleveland football and you saw, a team that was pretty good. He was a big force behind that. So it's a big loss for Cleveland as well as for, the NFL in general. Well,
yeah, I mean, as you said, big part of the team. He was a 9-time Pro Bowler, and in the 14-game season in 1961, in 1963. So 1963, Jim Brown averaged 6.4 yards per carry and 133 yards a game.
That's insane numbers. Those numbers you don't see today on a regular basis, and those were right. That was his average. So a guy running for 133 yards, you just don't see it a lot. And when it does, it doesn't happen all the time, and things of that sort. And so when you look at it, it's right. Yes, and he was in "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker," one of my brother's favorite movies. Jim Brown was in it. So, but yeah, a total different running back system today compared to those days, where the game was. Oh, how you that guy? Yeah, they call them the dog days of football. Everybody had a physical portion that they had to play and expectations to play. And back in the day, some in leather helmets, some with the first start of the actual helmet that we see today, and guys that paved the way. And the expected toughness of a player back in the day compared to today, it's a total 180 on what you see in today's game compared to when Jim Brown played. So,
and even back whenever he was playing back in the 60s, something we always see with running backs, they retire early, retired at age 30, and he still went on to make the Pro Hall of Fame.
Oh, absolutely. And think about this. Everybody talks about Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders was another guy who retired early. Probably mainly for the team that he played on, was god awful. That being the Detroit Lions. But man, these were guys that were able to get out of bad spots. If you want some entertainment, you go to YouTube, put in Barry Sanders, and watch this guy do it week in, week out. And what he did on a regular basis, it was amazing. So, keeping the eyes out there. Jim Brown, big loss for a lot of people. Let's get Cuervo back. There he is. I can see him moving, so I know he's got a better connection. How you doing, my friend?
Can you guys hear and see me now better?
Yeah, it's better.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yes, I got you right here. Yes. So
Awesome.
good to see you, my friend.
Likewise, we're about 95% done with the move and the setup of the new house. So, and the wife is out with a friend for the day. So I'm like, perfect setup.
You might as well join my friend.
Well, look, it was going to happen anyways because I told her, I said, I need some Sonny time. I need Sonny time. In a while, gotta get on the show.
Got to get my Sonny.
I wouldn't be the co-host leaking.
Oh,
I need
Lord.
time with Sonny Clark.
By the way, interestingly enough, I got some. Oh, how do you say it? It's breaking. And I saved this because it's so important. Because we had a discussion during the week leading to this, and it was about the guy with the gun. What was his name? Morant.
Morant.
Yeah, he's back in the news. John Morant. He's back in the news. Cuervo, there's another video that's out for me, and I got to show it to you. If this is breaking here on the
John Morant looking.
I'm sorry. That just cracked me.
Sonny, you're gonna end up getting us all canceled, Sonny. Sonny, you're gonna get us all canceled. Sonny.
Oh, Lord. That was great. Yeah, that was the sideline there. It was an invisible gun. Anyway. But that being said, did you see it, Cuervo? You want to play again? Did it go by too fast? Did you see it? Here.
John Morant looking.
Watch it.
Sonny, listen. We gotta get this. We gotta get the show to at least 15 years before we get canceled.
Hey, we've been on for 14 years. We've done a lot worse than that. I got news for you. But anyway, Cuervo, we were kind of talking about this, during the week because we didn't know if you were going to be here or not, and I think you needed Sonny time during the week, so we spent some time talking about this guy. And it goes to the fact, and the more after I got off the phone with you, Cuervo, the more I thought about the fact that I know who this guy is, and I have found it really interesting. I started to look it up. Because normally we just go off the cuff with this stuff. We'll get a picture, we'll throw it up, and we'll just talk about it. Not a lot of research going on, but we'll talk about it. I started going back, and I think I understand this situation with him. I think I get it. But I think something has to be done on the NBA side, and it has nothing to do with whether or not he allowed to have a gun or he wasn't breaking the law. This is all about what it looks like in reality. And if you want to, if there's anything, the NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, and all the major sports, it's what it looks like. It's not. A lot of times, it's not what it is, Cuervo, but what it looks like and what the repercussions of the action are. So looking at that and talking about that, and listen, I know you. Cuervo is a guy, he's a gun guy. I'm not saying he goes around going crazy, but he believes in people owning guns. And I am a person, I believe in people owning guns. But the responsibility or irresponsibility of the actions of this guy can create all kinds of problems. Never mind just the game, but young people watching this guy, looking up to him and things of that. At some point you've got to represent your league and what is right and what is wrong and what you should put out there and what you shouldn't. And he's kind of caught up in the middle of that, I think.
Oh no.
He looked like he's really mad at Sonny. Are you there, Cuervo?
I'm here, sir. I'm here. I might switch laptops because this is one I haven't used in a little while. So It probably needs some sort of update on it. So if this
Got it.
continues, I'm going to switch laptops and I'll be right back in. But if you guys can hear me now, then I'll just go ahead.
Right now, go ahead, roll. Go ahead, roll with the lob that I gave you right there.
Yeah, so I know it's a weird way to respond to what you just said, but it's a yes and no thing for me. So, yeah, I'm definitely a big believer of owning firearms and this and that. But the more I thought about this situation, there's three kind of main top points I want to make on it.
Okay.
First and foremost, there's a lot of people making the argument that, well, he didn't break any laws. Yes, I get that. You get that. We all get that.
Yep.
It's not about the law in the state of Tennessee, which, by the way, you don't have to have a concealed permit to have a gun. You don't have to have a permit.
Here in Texas, too.
It's
here in Texas,
over there. Yeah, and in Texas, too. There's just some states where it's a free-for-all. So the issue is not the fact that if it is his gun, I don't know whose gun it is, but whoever's gun it is, it's not illegal to have the gun. The issue is he works for the National Basketball Association. He works for the NBA, and his employer told him, don't be flashing guns after the incident in Denver at the nightclub. And what does this guy do?
And an 8-game suspension.
And he had an 8-game suspension. And that's a whole nother discussion of how pansy of a suspension that was. But let's just focus on the topic at hand. And that's the fact he had the gun. It's not a thing. It's not, I'm arguing whether he legally could have it or not. But his employer told him, don't have the damn gun. It reminds me a lot of, and this is going way off topic here, but the first Eminem album that came out, there's a little skit in that album, and Paul Rosenberg, his agent, tells him, don't be going around waving your gun around. Stop shooting your gun off. This is Ja Morant. It's a real life thing now with Ja Morant. So
yes.
That's the number one thing.
Yes.
His employer told him no. He did it anyway. The commissioner told him, this is a serious thing. I don't want you to do it again. He gave him his word. Adam Silver trusted his word. And what does he do? And he goes and he does it again. Okay. So that is the issue. All right. That's number one. Number two, if that's the life Ja Morant wants to live, go for it, bro.
Absolutely.
Just go for it. Let the Memphis Grizzlies know, hey, you know what? I'm stepping away from the game of basketball because I want to go run the streets and be a wannabe gangster. If that's what you want to do, then go do it.
Yep.
And that way, you're saving everybody time and money, okay? And you're not leading the Memphis Grizzlies to believe that you want to be a basketball player. Tell them, no, I want to run the streets and be a thug instead. Then by all means, flash all the guns you want, do all that stuff if you want to run the streets and have fun. Because no offense against the city of Memphis, but that's a great to do it. You want to be a gangster? Hey, Memphis is a great town to do that in because there's a lot of gang affiliation over there. So by all means, go ahead and do your thing. All right. But we know that's never been who Ja Morant was growing up.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't grow up. You hear all these stories about these guys, growing up in the tough streets of wherever they're from, right? Ja Morant didn't live that life. And if he ever tries to tell people that, it's too late because everybody knows that he is not from those type of streets. Okay.
Right.
And when it comes to that life, Sonny, one of the biggest things that the people that actually do live that life, one of the number one things you cannot do is pretend to be those guys. Because those guys that really do live that life, that gangster life, they'll sniff you out like a shark, smelling blood. and
Yep.
they know who the real ones are and they know who the fake ones are, right? So if Ja
And they
wants
have
to
a
play that
tendency to
game,
taking them out, don't they, Cuervo?
well, heaven forbid that happens, because if he continues to do this, he's gonna wind up in the wrong neighborhood one day. He's gonna do that crap, and they're gonna call him out on it, and somebody's gonna do something about it. Okay,
Yep.
so
Craziness.
that is the safety part of it. When Adam Silver talks about safety, to me that's what it is. Okay, because you want to continue to portray yourself as this this gangster or whatever, listening to the music and all that stuff, and you're going to do it on the wrong day, wrong place, wrong time, and it's not going to end well. Okay, so that's number two.
And it's going to be on a
Number
travel
three.
bus, Cuervo. It's going to be on a travel bus, and
Right.
it's not just going to be him that's going to be a part of it. And that's the safety part that Adam Silva's talking about mainly than ever. Everybody knows if you want to know where the Memphis Grizzlies are going to be, you can find them very easy. And so, and especially with today's technology and everything else, you know where they are. And it's not just him that is in danger with this whole thing. I completely agree with you.
Well, I don't think it's going to be on a team bus. I don't think Ja's stupid enough to do it on a team bus, but I think he's going to be running around with his friends, the ones that just want to eat off of his success. And it's going to happen at that point when he's not around any other players and he's around his friends and the rider, just like what you saw in that Instagram post, that Instagram live, where he's going to be driving down the street and he's going to be in the wrong neighborhood at the wrong time. Somebody's going to recognize him and he's going to get called out. So that's the thing that I don't want to see happen to him. I don't want to see that happen to anybody, but if you continue to do that, you're rolling the dice, man. So, but what that's on him. Number three, last point I want to make on this. I've heard of a lot of the experts' take on this situation, and what I found really interesting is that they kept using the term gun violence. What does that mean exactly? What is gun violence? If I put a gun on a table, okay, how violent is that gun? It's just sitting on the table. How violent is that gun? Is it going to go off by itself? Chances are most likely not. So is that gun a violent gun if it's just sitting on a table doing nothing? No, it's not. It doesn't become a violent gun until a violent human picks it up and starts shooting or pointing at somebody. That's when it becomes violent. This is about gun control, and we have a problem in this country with gun control. It's not gun violence. So please stop using that term. It's not gun violence. It is control. A gun is not violent until a human with bad intentions picks it up and does violent things. Okay? So it just hurts me when I hear the term gun violence. But for all we know, that gun that John Morant was flashing around could have been completely unloaded. Not even a magazine clip inside. It could have been complete, just nothing comes out, right? But we don't know, and that's beside the point. My point, though, is that to me, there's no such thing as gun violence. A gun doesn't become violent until somebody picks it up and does something. Just like guns kill people. Guns don't kill people. People kill people with guns. So that's my little personal rant on that. But that is my take, guys, on the whole Ja Morant story, the situation. The guy's got everything going for him. He just got a shoe, introduced with Nike in his name, which is not often that happens. So,
right.
I said, you want to keep taking the chance on throwing everything away. He's going. I mean, he's doing everything right if he wants to throw everything away.
And Cuervo, interestingly enough, you go the shoe deal. That's a very big story, because just as this is happening, what's his nose gets his shoe deal back. What's that rapper's name? That rapper guy who had I forget who.
I think you're talking about Kanye.
Kanye West, yeah, Kanye
I
West.
think you're talking about Kanye West, Sonny.
Yeah, because he got his shoe. He got his shoe deal back.
Adidas, yeah, they're gonna start selling Yeezys again. So yeah.
So, all right. Interestingly enough, all right. So Cuervo, we're gonna go ahead and have the. How fast would you be back on with the other computer? Do you have that one handy?
I'd have to go upstairs and grab it from my room. So
because
I can tell this laptop needs updates.
Yeah, you're kind of rolling in. We're getting a good 80%, 90% of what you're saying, but sometimes it's cutting out. So why don't we go ahead and we'll do that? We'll take our second break here, and we'll do it early. This way we can get the breaks out of the way, because you've seen the long list of what we were going to talk about today. We got a lot to talk about here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. Absolutely, Lasso. So go ahead, cut out and get to that part of it, and then we'll get you back up online when it is ready, and we'll take them out of there and switch computers. We'll do that, and just let Z know we're going to go ahead and do our last break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to rock and roll. We're just going to have a good old time talking about the things that are in the news this week. We'll do that here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. And that being said, we'll be back in about 5.5 minutes. We'll be right back.
At Wesson General Contracting Incorporated, we're your one-stop shop for all your general contracting needs. We are locally owned and with over 20 years of experience, so roofing, gutters, sidings, fence staining, painting, foundation problems, or roof damage are no problems at all. Give us a call at 214-200-5588. That's 214-200-5588. Wesson General Contractors. The prospect of retirement can be exciting and scary at the same time. At Nest Egg Wealth Advisors, we have found many people either approaching or currently in retirement fail to truly maximize some of the benefits offered to them, primarily Social Security. What is it? How does it work? It's simply not a benefit that you start receiving at age 62. Because these decisions are so important, my firm has assembled an informational packet on Social Security. If you would like a complimentary copy of Social Security Maximization, please give our office a call today at 972-412-6064 or visit us on the web at nesteggadvice.com. At the Jerry Bullet Training Center, we are a motivated team of coaches with the mindset of helping you achieve and reach your highest goals. Having developed and trained over 100 Division I athletes as well as Division II athletes, even professional athletes, the Bullet team definitely has the knowledge and mindset to take you to the next level. Check out our new 22,000 square foot facility and 3,000 square foot weight room, along with 4,500 square feet of outdoor turf and covered training area, along with football and soccer field. Contact Melvin Bullitt at 214-326-7853 or visit their facility just outside of Waterview at 8900 Princeton Road in Rowlett.
Being taken for a ride? Check out Casso Insurance, serving Texans since 1981. Bundle your home, auto, or business insurance and save a ton. Casso Insurance on the corner of Main Street and Rowlett Road, where we make insurance fun. Or check us out on the web at CassoInsurance.com, where we always have the coffee pot on.
Yeah, but is it fresh?
There is nothing that beats good home-cooked barbecue. Since 1941, Dickey's Barbecue has done all the cooking and you take all the credit. Come see us today at our Rowlett location, 5701 President George Bush Turnpike, Suite 110 in the Target Shopping Center. Whether you want to eat in or take it home, we will fix you up. For lip smacking, rib tickling, knee slapping, foot stomping, great tasting barbecue, come see us at Dickey's Barbecue today.
Here at Fit Body Boot Camp, located in Saxe, the solution is here. Fast, long-lasting weight loss results and the healthy lifestyle you need to keep them. The key to your fat loss success is our signature afterburn workouts, as well as support and motivation from our world-class coaches, and an easy-to-follow nutrition program to help you keep the fat off. Visit your local Fit Body Boot Camp in Saxe today to see the difference for yourself, or give us a call at 214-463-3005. That's 214-463-3005. Fit Body Boot Camp, Saxe. Saxe Ice House is a non-smoking craft beer and beer pub located in the heart of Saxe. The Ice House was opened to provide a friendly, clean, and female-friendly environment. Saxe was lacking a place for service industry, date nights, and girls' nights, as well as happy hours. Excellent service and top-notch food are our priority. On Tuesday, we offer 79-cent wings, as well as half-price burgers on Mondays. So check us out at the Ice House, located at 6501 Highway 78 in Saxe, or give us a call at 469-304-1550, or check us out on the web at saxeicehouse.com. Go Mustangs! Ever want to know why Bill and I look so great on our broadcast? Check out K-West Designs on Facebook to find out why. Check out all the samples that Kelly has up so you can see, especially if you have a special occasion that needs something original or design, or something that says, this is our moment. Check out K-West Designs on Facebook, or give Kelly a call at 469-601-5856. That's 469-601-5856. K-West Designs. Rich's Performance Muffler and Auto Care has provided complete auto repair services to the Wiley area since 2003. Whether it's alignments, brakes, air conditioning, muffler service, suspension, front-end auto services, or in my case, a Cadillac converter, Rich does it all. Stop by and see him at 603 Commerce Street, Suite 203 in Wiley, or give him a call at 972-461-0776. That's 972-461-0776. You'll be happy you called Rich instead of anybody else. Guys, we are back and ready to go for the 2023 Saxe Mustang season in Cocktail. And the next, and listen, whole totally different attitude this year for the Saxe Mustangs as they move on and get ready for the new season upcoming. Guys, be ready for this. It's going to be Big Red, Chris Wesson, Eagle Eye, Bill Cerner, and me, Sonny Clark, the hardest working man in sports radio, bringing you all that action that's coming up, play-by-play, something that we love doing, and we're just, this is our second year with Saxe, so we're going to be all right, ready to rock and roll with them. And if you need sponsorships, let us know. We got affordable sponsorship for the folks that want to be part of the Saxe Mustangs. And you also have your commercial played up here on the Couch Potato Sports Show when we do our weekly game, our weekly show. So that's all set. Yeah, and you, hey, how'd your football season end there? I know you were doing some flag football. How was your flag football season? How did it end?
4-6. We lost in the semifinals.
Well, you're up there. You made the playoffs. You did good.
Well, every team made the playoffs.
Oh, okay.
But then again, we were playing against high schoolers.
So there you go. So
Cheaters.
Kind of. Oh, no bad taste left right here at all. I like this kid. I knew I liked this kid for a reason, So it is good. So legendary Jim Brown passing this week. Big story in what's going on this week, and it just makes you realize that guys that have paved the way for what you're seeing today, unfortunately, are not making it out there now. Cuervo should be back in just a moment. I know what he's doing. He's going to switch over to that other computer that he has. There's some other things before we get to that I want to talk about before we hit it. And I want to talk a little WNBA. Now, granted, guys, we don't do a lot of talking of the WNBA. But I found this, and I found it interesting. Because if you go through the NBA itself, and you find their guys, what is happening, you don't see 11 of the top 30 NBA draft picks getting cut from teams. Now, you might see some second and third round, the later round draft guys getting lost, but you would never see 11 guys who get drafted get cut by the team that they got. And if they do get cut, they're not going to last long. They'll end up on a different basketball team. They're being picked in the first rounds for a reason. And so I found this story interesting as the difference between the NBA and the WNBA, or for that matters, women's sports compared to men's sport. And I found it really interesting that 11 of the top 30 WNBA draft picks in 2000 have already been cut and ready to go. These are just three examples. I don't know their names. One's from the Dallas Wings, and I've been to a couple of Wings games as far as that's concerned. Then you have the Indiana and the Connecticut team on that part of it. So the question here, I guess I don't know how much of this that Cuervo saw of this, but I found it interesting. We're not hearing about 11 guys in the NBA getting cut, the top 11 out of the top 30 getting cut. And if you are, you're going to, if and when it has ever happened, which I don't think it has, and I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I will say this, they wouldn't last long. They'd be on another basketball team. So I guess that what's the difference here? Why are we seeing that? Do you think, Cuervo? I don't know if I sent you that slide when I sent you over what we were going to talk about, and I apologize if I didn't. But what do you think the difference here is? Going from that, is this really all money in reality?
I don't know if it's all money, but I think it could be a pretty good amount of
indicator
of it, because when you make an investment on a player, depending on how much you invest into them, that really does influence how easy it would be to cut ties with that player. Because think about it, let's just use next season as an example. Everybody loved the Brock Purdy story, right? But let's say he goes out there and the guy just completely just shows his butt and the dude sucks, like absolutely sucks. 49ers wouldn't hesitate to cut him if they feel it's the right thing to do, right? Because as much as we love the Brock Purdy story, don't forget he was a 7th round. He was Mr. Irrelevant in the draft.
Yep.
The guy's making the minimum salary. So there's no financial hardship on that. But now when you're talking about Trey Lance, who was the number 3 overall pick, why is he still a 49er if they really do feel like he's not the guy? Well, because he was a first-round pick, and you got more money tied into him.
Mm-hmm.
So, and
he's been on the trade market, by the way, Cuervo. I've heard a lot. Trey Lance is actually being shopped.
He's 100% he's being shopped.
But my question is who would take him? I mean, first of all, injury, end of the season, Yeah, first opportunity gets, he's gone. And then obviously knowing what you know about the 49ers and Brock Purdy and what he did. Hey, listen, I'm not going to take anything away from Brock Purdy and what he has done. I mean, he won 8 straight games. So, now granted, he had a pretty darn good football team in reality when you take a look at it, because what do they say about numbers, Cuervo? They don't usually lie a lot, right? So, they kind of pop up there and you see the numbers. The point differential is really big for San Francisco, and then obviously the Minnesota Vikings taking God, what a bad playoff loss last year for them. But then again, that's the Kirk Cousins effect that happens. But the point differential is a big thing. And what I think is key in that, Cuervo, is it really didn't suffer in reality during the season after the injuries to Trey Lance. Then obviously the injury to Jimmy Garoppolo, he just kept it going and kept scoring and scoring and scoring. Now, granted, that defense was pretty much shut down as best it can get, but you still got to score points in order to get to 173 on the point differential.
Yeah, well, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say the Christian McCaffrey trade happened right around the same time Jimmy got hurt. So, when they added that dynamic of that offense to that 49er offense, it really helped them to do a lot more things that they like, that offensively that they like. So I think that's why, you saw the point different, with those two teams. But I think at the same time, I think what you saw there, what it shows me, and we can go back and look at it to see if I'm way off or not, but it's like the wins that the Minnesota Vikings got were close wins for the most part.
Oh, God, yes. We don't need to look that up. That's exactly what it was.
But the losses were bad. And one that sticks out in my mind specific is that game at home against the Dallas Cowboys.
I agree.
When Dallas went up there to Minnesota and just completely annihilated them. That's an example of a loss that the Minnesota Vikings take. And now to come think of it, I think another bad loss they had was that Monday night game against the Eagles, the beginning of the year. So,
yes.
So when the Vikings win, they squeak it out. But when they lose, it's ugly. I mean, ugly Kirk Cousins comes out, So that's what you get with the Minnesota Vikings.
His evil twin that comes out and messes him up. I don't know. And in Minnesota in the Cowboy game, that was a big one. And I know you watched that. Yeah, I know Z watched that game in reality, because I think within the first couple of weeks he's been on, he mentioned that game. As far as that is concerned, when you see a point differential, I'm going to ask Z this: when you see a point differential that we were just talking about, as far as San Francisco, and obviously look what they did. By the way, Cuervo, just to let you know, it was 3 games that Christian McCaffrey was with Jimmy Garoppolo before he got hurt. So Jimmy got a little opportunity with him before he got hurt, but still, your point was very well taken. But Z, I mean, when you're looking at point differentials like this right here in Minnesota, you obviously know which team didn't make it very long in the playoffs compared to the other. In reality, when you see numbers like this.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Vikings, like y'all were saying, all the games were close. It was never maybe 1 or 2 games they won by maybe 10. I don't even know if I could say that as a proven fact. The Vikings were not elite. That's how I'm gonna put it. They weren't elite, but they were good. Yes. When Kirk Cousins was playing in prime time. Other than that, Kirk Cousins cannot play any better than he can in prime time. I think Kirk Cousins is a almost elite quarterback in prime time. But any other time, he's just your normal load, gets the job done. But would he still be getting the job done if he didn't have Justin Jefferson?
Justin Jefferson is the reason why he's still on that football team, because I don't think if they had Justin Jefferson, we wouldn't see the numbers that a Kirk Cousins can put up from week in and week out. And then the other guy on the other side, he's halfway decent. I just forget his name. But thinking of that, Cuervo, you know, Kirk Cousins has been on that football team for a while now, right? I mean, in Minnesota, I think it's been 5 years that are on there. And I thought, wow, that's forever. But guess what? It's not necessarily forever per se, because he's at number 3 as far as the longest tenured quarterbacks in the NFL. You got Dak Prescott, another one right up there since 2016. Patrick Mahomes, 2017. Josh Allen, 2018. And Lamar Jackson. But you think about those numbers, that even Dak Prescott from then, we're talking 7 years in reality as the longest tenured quarterback. And I'm wondering, and I don't know, so I'm going to ask you, Cuervo, just kind of like off the top of our heads, in reality, when you see something like this, in it's only been 7 years for Dak Prescott. I know, and listen, we put a lot of pressure on Dak Prescott because he plays for the Dallas Cowboys. Let's not fool anybody. That is the reason why he's got the pressure. The Lamar Jackson, now he's got the huge pressure because of the salary, not because he wasn't winning football games and getting far. Now he's got the salary. Now he's going to have the expectations that a Dak Prescott does, because Dak Prescott at the time got the big contract as well. And now Josh Allen, you know, he's going to get some money, because the franchise quarterback amount, Cuervo, is $48 million next year. So anybody, as far as a quarterback that gets thrown on a franchise, is going to get paid $48 million. The money keeps going up and up for these quarterbacks.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see some teams consider using that franchise tag on quarterbacks even more, because even though it's still the average, you know, you can argue with certain guys, you're really getting a bargain if, you know, you use the franchise tag on the quarterback. Let's just say, for example, now this isn't going to happen. I 100% believe that Joe Burrow is going to get a deal done. But let's just say the Bengals decide, you know what, we don't quite know what we want to pay you yet, so we're going to tag you this year. Can you honestly say that the Bengals would be getting a bargain on Joe Burrow for $48 million for a guy like that? I think so, because I think Burrow's going to get over 50 when it's all said and done. He's going to be another one of those guys. It's going to be, you know, probably a 5-year, 260, something like that.
It's going to get nuts.
Yeah, it is, and it's just going to keep going up and up and up, because the salaries keep going up and up and up. So, that being said, you know what I found interesting about that list that you just put up about the tenured quarterbacks? First of all, it's a list where you don't see guys stay with teams for very long, right? So that's just it just kind of goes to the whole thing about, you know, free agency and trade, or even trades, because the guy that was on their team for the longest just got traded. So
yeah, that was Aaron Rodgers.
Right, because they didn't want to pay him. And well, they got fed up with his crap too, but they just didn't want to commit to him anymore, money-wise and all that stuff. But tell me, right back to that list, please, Sonny. What stands out with Kirk Cousins compared to those other 4 guys?
Well, I'm going to tell you what stands out big time is because he's only a $32 million man. I'm telling you right now, they're loving the fact that they're getting this guy at really, you know, basement price in reality. I mean, you saw the numbers, and you know, the thing with Kirk Cousins is they can keep a top 10 quarterback. And with the fact that they got Justin Jefferson, that is the biggest point. That connection, that's the reason why they're winning football games right now. Without Justin Jefferson, we don't see Kirk Cousins on the football field with the Minnesota Vikings. You might see him starting for another football team that sucks, and getting you're getting a better than average quarterback, getting some of the job done, winning football games, which in other turn puts asses in seats. And we all know that's what it's all about when it comes to the NBA or the NFL. Asses in seats to keep that money up. Now, did I miss completely on what you thought I was going to say?
No. Well, no, I mean, you bring up a good point, but no, that's not where I was going with it. It's a small thing, but Kirk Cousins is the only one on that list that is playing for a team that didn't draft him. So everybody else was drafted by the team. You know what I'm saying? So it's just one of those little things where, you know, Kirk Cousins, it's can you really label him a franchise quarterback because the team that drafted him didn't want to keep him. So that's what you get in today's NFL. But going back to I slightly disagree with what you guys are saying about Kirk Cousins and the fact that his game is leveled up because of Jefferson. Because if you go back and you look at how he was performing with Stephon Diggs there and Adam Thielen when he was, you know, still a younger, more productive receiver, Cousins had great numbers too. So I think he's helped elevate his game a little bit, but it's not like he all of a sudden became this elite quarterback just because of Justin Jefferson. I think he helped him step up a level of going from average with Diggs to now he's above average with Jefferson. That I'll buy. But I don't think he was, you know, trash before Jefferson got there and all of a sudden.
Oh, no. No, we talked about it on this show, Cuervo. How many times have we talked about Kirk Cousins on this show? We can't decide if he wants to be good or bad or just average. And we've talked about it on this show where he's got the weapons, whether it was Diggs, whether it was Thielen. What I think I'm basically saying with Justin Jefferson, it does take him to a top to where he's not going to go anywhere because who we talked about, who else are they going to get right now, Cuervo? Who are they going to trade in order to get it, to get to kind of, I don't want to say elite because I don't think Kirk Cousins is elite by any stretch of the imagination, but he is definitely above average. He's definitely, and not only that, they're stealing him. The contract for Kirk Cousins, I'm not even sure. I'm going to look it up because he's getting paid nothing in reality. And the last I thought it was $32 million is what I thought he was going. And I thought that was so smart for him because he wasn't going to get that money from any other football team in the NFL. And unlike Saquon Barkley, who decides that he's going to turn down money and a lot of money after only 1 year after an injury. Yeah, Saquon Barkley turning down money. But Kirk Cousins, he's not going to turn. He didn't turn down that money. He decided, 37. Yeah, I'll stay here. And let's see here. Kirk Cousins I forgot the R. Contract. R. I need the R, and then we can find out what this because the 2 years, $66 million. He's getting paid $33 million when the franchise tag is going to be slapped with that number I put up. Yeah, I think it's 48. 48 is going to be that number, the average of the top five. And man, oh man, the numbers are here. Let me find that other one because I'm telling you right now, there's a lot of money, and the top players are the ones making the money. Cuervo. So I don't know. Z, I mean, when you look at a Kirk Cousins and you see your guy in New Orleans, you know, the retread. I mean, so they're trying to retread. So we're seeing Derek Carr trying to become that Derek Carr, or Derek Carr trying to become a Kirk Cousins, getting a good salary, playing and still starting. Here it is, right here. There it is, right here's there's the big numbers. Everybody making their money. You take the top five, you average them out, comes out to the 48 million. And not only that, Kirk Cousins, they wouldn't put Kirk Cousins underneath a franchise tag. Kirk Cousins knows it, Cuervo. But I mean, $33 million compared to 48, and the guy gets to start week in and week out. Kirk Cousins is one of the smartest quarterbacks as far as getting. What is it, Cuervo? What is it?
Hey, baby.
This guy is a contract genius in reality, and say whatever you want. He's relevant, and he's relevant. Why? Because of Adam Thielen, because of Stephon Diggs, because of now the new wheelhouse that he's got going on. He's relevant. I'm telling you right now, Kirk Cousins is not relevant without a number one receiver and a guy that makes a difference. And that's what you get with what he's got going on right now, Cuervo.
Well, I mean, you could say that about any quarterback, Sonny. None of them are going to be relevant without a top receiver. So, but it's, some guys need him more than others. Patrick Mahomes, Juju was the number one guy in Kansas City last year, and I think they did all right last season. So, but that's the way the league is now. You need a, for every Joe Burrow, you need a Jamar Chase. For every Josh Allen, you need a Stephon Diggs. For every Lamar Jackson, you need now Odell Beckham Jr.
You need Andrews. You need a good tight end.
Mark Andrews, right? Yeah. So, hey, but you know what? I think that's going to be the next big thing in the NFL, guys. I don't know if anybody necessarily sees it coming, but I kind of do. I think tight end is going to be the next position that's going to start getting paid huge money. Some guys already are getting paid pretty decent, but I mean they're going to be just below wide receivers, if not pass them up, because the way the game is changing. I think that's what you're going to start seeing. So,
all right, Z, go ahead.
It's not going to happen. I'm sorry, but the only tight ends I could see getting paid higher than receivers are Travis Kelce, George Kittle, and Mark Andrews.
Well, it's got to start somewhere.
Right, and that's where it's going to start. It's going to start with Travis Kelce. Why? Now, many might think, well, Kelsey's old, and he's going to retire soon. But at the same time, name a better tight end than Travis Kelce. You can't.
Well, listen, you're making a valid point, because of the names that are on that list as far as the tight ends are ones that are main portions of an offense in reality. You can say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. His number one wide receiver is Travis Kelce. Same thing with Lamar Jackson. He is that guy that and even going back to the Gronk days. Number one wide receiver for Tom Brady was Gronk for many years. So, it's interesting that you say that, because when you're starting talking about guys, you get this guy right here who doesn't need him. He doesn't need Tyreek Hill, gets rid of him. Guess what? Juju went in. Now, he's not there anymore, but Juju went in just fine, and it was still Travis Kelce. Now, I broke this story, Cuervo, 3 months ago? They're going to pay him an extra $300 million on top, that being Patrick Mahomes. They're going to pay him an extra $300 million, going to put his contract near almost $800 million, guys. And these numbers are just disgusting. But what has been the difference in reality, Cuervo, with the Kansas City Chiefs? They make their quarterback happy. Guess what? They won 2 Super Bowls, played in 3. Okay, listen, that money is very well spent in reality, unlike where you see guys like Lamar Jackson who hasn't even performed in the playoffs, or a guy that hasn't even gotten them there, that being Kyler Murray, with the 2 numbers that are going there. Now you got, the guy over in Cleveland, Deshaun Watson, with 250. You got a lot of guys that are improving. They want this money, but they haven't proven jack. And they're getting jacked. They are getting big-time contracts. So Kansas City almost has to do something like this because he's so proven. And I don't think Kansas City has a problem raking out the money.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they don't, but I think Kansas City is how do I say this? It's a huge risk, and it's not because I'm questioning Patrick Mahomes' abilities. It has nothing to do with that. No, trust me. But I think it's getting to the point where Kansas City thinks that they can throw anybody on the field, but as long as they got Patrick Mahomes. And I think the Chiefs need to be very careful with that because it's going to get to the point where it's going to be such a huge drop off in talent after Patrick Mahomes that he may start saying, I need some help. And hey, Patrick, we'd love to help you, but there's no money. What do you think happened in Green Bay? That's what happened in Green Bay. Am I right? Now, I think it almost feels like the Chiefs are just taking advantage of how great he is. And they're going to just think that they don't have to invest anywhere else on the team, but that they're still going to get the same results because he's Patrick Mahomes. And they're going to be very disappointed when that doesn't happen because it could get to the point, and we were just talking about Travis Kelce. Are they going to be able to afford Travis Kelce if that happens? If they give him that extension and that raise, they're not going to be able to afford him. They're not going to be able to afford keeping Travis Kelce. And if they do afford to keep him, then you're talking about talent in other areas that they're going to have to let go. And it's just going to be Mahomes, Kelce, and a bunch of nobodies after that. And I just don't see how they're going to win.
Retreads. I mean, retreads are what it's all about. Look what they're doing in Baltimore.
You're talking like 40-year-old guys that are willing to take veteran minimums? That's all you're going to be able to afford.
I know, but it's interestingly enough what's going on in Baltimore, Cuervo. I've been talking about this for years. Baltimore has not decided to pay a wide receiver. Okay, and my problem is that they think that they got Odell Beckham Jr. They think they got a number one wide receiver, and that I don't think that is. I mean, I hear Z. I don't think Odell Beckham. He is the number one, but I don't think he is a number one. Z, what do you think?
He's not a number one, not anymore. No, I see what they were trying to do, but at the same time, it's kind of like I'm trying to think of a scenario. Here's a good one. It's kind of like how the Titans tried to take Julio Jones, thinking he would still be good.
Good point.
That's what this kind of reminds me of a little bit. So it reminds me of a Julio Jones Tennessee Titans situation. Now, to be fair, he did have that one amazing catch. Well, I wouldn't really say
one catch.
I mean, you know that catch whenever it bounced off the dude's helmet. It was Micah Hyde's helmet, I'm pretty sure.
I remember.
Yeah, I was going crazy. That was crazy. That's why I was going crazy, because it was crazy. But yeah, it's kind of like that. Nelson Aguilar isn't going to help either. You might as well keep your receiver.
There's a number 3 at best on any football team. And he's good. I don't think pretty much anybody really utilized him enough to push him to a number 2, or he was at the number 2 status to get him a number 1, or even for that matter, Cuervo, what we talk about on this show all the time, a step up number 2. And you couldn't get Nelson Aguilar there. And the same thing's happening with Odell Beckham. They brought in a name, not a talent, Cuervo. And that's not going to do Baltimore any good, especially if Odell Beckham Jr. goes down with an injury within the first 3 or 4 games, which, you can almost lay odds on it might happen.
Yeah. I think that's where Lamar needs to prove himself, because they paid him to rely on him when they need him most.
Yes.
That's something he hasn't done in the past couple of years. So hopefully getting this contract will motivate him to realize that the Ravens are committed to him. Now he needs to return the favor and be committed to the Ravens and be there for them. Now, barring a major injury, obviously, we don't ever know if that type of stuff happens. But
right,
if he's ready and available, he needs to be willing. And I think the first sign of him kind of not showing that commitment, I know that whole franchise they're gonna kick themselves in the ass, and they're gonna be like, damn it, we maybe we messed up by depending on this guy and believing in him. And I don't think it's gonna happen. For Lamar's sake, I hope it doesn't happen, because that speaks to his character a lot. If he's gonna sit out, even when he's available, or if he just doesn't, if it just throughout the season, because we see that a lot, right? We see guys that they get their payday, and all of a sudden it's like, damn, their production starts dropping a little bit, or they don't seem as motivated and committed. So, that's what I don't want to see with the Ravens. And we'll see what happens.
We'll have to see what happens, because what did the Ravens do in the draft? They went after Zee Flowers out of Boston College, hoping that he can be the guy that – see, now, the thinking better not be that we got Odell Beckham Jr., they better make the connection. I think they better think about Zee Flowers and making that connection in reality. Because if they go the other way, Cuervo, you can see the same darn thing that has been happening for the last 4 years in Baltimore. Because really, you can't put the first 3 years on Lamar Jackson. I remember this so vividly. We were talking about on this show, everybody was on Lamar Jackson's behind because they couldn't win a playoff game. Well, it's year 1, 2, and 3. Give the guy a break, kind of thing. I remember thinking about this as far as that was concerned. I remember where I was when I was thinking about it. I was driving past an In-N-Out Burger, and I was thinking to myself, why is everybody on Lamar Jackson's behind? Okay, that's when it shouldn't have been. Now the fact that he hadn't been successful during that time, even though it really shouldn't have been expected, there was so much expectations on him. I think that's the reason why you've seen Lamar Jackson, kind of put his foot in the ground and say, well, listen, look what you wanted from me. You didn't give me anything in the first 3 years. You're still not giving me anything. Now you got Odell Beckham Jr. Now it's put up or shut up time now. But here's the problem with that. Even if he doesn't put it up, Cuervo, he's still got what, 187? They give him 187, right? Guaranteed money. So this guy's good. This guy is going to be a Baltimore Raven for at least 4 years. So, regardless, not even 3. I mean, they can't even really get out of it after 3 years, because that's still over 50 million that they're going to pop to this guy each and every year. So he's a Baltimore Raven for the next 3 years. And depending on the situation, depending on the front office, Cuervo, that has been dropping the ball over the years to try to get him some help. Listen, I'm not saying Andrews is not a good tight end, but geez, you might as well just have a number 2 wide receiver for your football team and say he's a number 1. And that's the problem with Baltimore. And listen, think about this too. John Harbaugh has been living as the coach of this football team. Should have been probably fired the year before Lamar Jackson went in. Lamar Jackson saved his. So Lamar Jackson saving a lot of people's jobs. So that's the reason why he was. I came to this conclusion that, but still, he went about this thing the whole wrong way. But he got about what I thought he was going to get. Cuervo, I told you when we were sitting in this show, this guy's going to get $185 million, or he's not going to play for the Baltimore Ravens, and the Ravens aren't going to pay any more than that. And that's what ended up happening. And I was spot on that deal. But now, when you're paying one guy 25%, of your salary cap hit, Cuervo, you gotta make some moves. That's why the Odell Beckham Jr. thing come in, and they got to hope for what will Z Williams will do for him, at least on the offensive side of the ball. And then one more real quick, Cuervo. Then you have, what are you going to do with Andrews? Andrews is not the spring chicken anymore. This guy's getting older too, and he may not want to stay there being that kind of guy for the Baltimore Ravens. That guy takes a lot of hits.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's just the tight end.
Yep.
Life, but no, I don't know. I think Andrews is still fairly young. I think he still wants to be in Baltimore as long as Lamar's there, as long as John Harbaugh is there. So I don't see Andrews leaving, but yeah, I definitely get what you're saying about Lamar and in the contract, and I just want to see how he performs. I mean,
Right.
These guys they want the money and they want to get paid like top quarterbacks in the league, and then the production's just not there. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't add up, right?
Yep.
Kind of makes you wonder where the disconnect is. So,
yeah, and
like,
how many?
It's like the
think
same,
about this, Cuervo, on Mark Andrews. By the way, this guy's with his knee problems that he's been having for the last couple seasons. He's only 27, by the way. Just I looked it up. He's 27 years old, but this guy's had some knee problems and everything else. So they better get what they can out of Andrews as well. Think about this, Cuervo. Look who they got. They got Cleveland. Cleveland's not going to be a pushover. Maybe not if you believe in Deshaun Watson. I don't, but I'll give everybody to give them the creds that they want to give them. But you still got to beat the Steelers. Still got to beat the Bengals. In this division of football, we talk about it all the time. It is the toughest division in football in reality. Now, they've had a little bit of a downclick at the quarterback position, especially in Pittsburgh. And obviously Cleveland, we don't know what really Deshaun Watson's going to do. So what a crazy division of football, Cuervo.
Yeah, it is. And what I was going to say is, it's everybody wants to get paid like the top quarterback, and everybody wants to be considered until it's time to do things that top quarterbacks do. And then all of a sudden it's not, sometimes it doesn't happen. So, with Lamar, I don't know. I guess I'm just suspect on him. Nothing personal against him. It's just, I think with the whole situation with him being his own agent and him just kind of going about it the way he did.
Yes.
He better ball out for all the stuff that he put that franchise through with the waiting game and all that stuff. The Ravens flinched first. They paid him. Now he needs to go out and do his part. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, big time. And think about this. Look at this one. Now, look at where they are. And we talked about this. When you're winning 70% of your games, Cuervo, and he also puts 70% on the road too. This guy wins 70. He's going to win some football games. Now he's got to do it in reality, Cuervo, in the playoffs. But looking at this list, look at these numbers. I mean, as far as that. Now, look, New England, listen, you say whatever you want about New England. That's a Tom Brady stat. For New England. But outside of that, Pittsburgh at 70% at home, Minnesota at 70%. Remember who their quarterback is? Now you don't have Russell Wilson in Seattle. So now and the number drastically dropping off to get down to 50%. So you're looking at Miami, your team is winning 6 of 10 games, only 60% at home. Does that worry you? Because when I saw where the Bears were at 60%, kind of knowing where they're going, Cuervo, being the Bear fan that you are you worried about them only winning 60% at home with Justin Field at the quarterback, or are you going to depend on him to win maybe some big games out on the road?
Not yet. I'm not overly concerned yet because this is still. They're still in the beginning phases of the rebuild. I I do expect to see some improvement, and I know that we'll talk more in depth about that in July, going into August. But yeah, I mean, I'm not overly concerned. I just want to see improvement. Next year, I think the Bears are getting 8. They got the extra game on the road, so it's going to be 8 at home, 9 on the road. If they can go, probably 5-3 is what I would like to see, but they're probably not going to do that. They're probably going to go maybe 4-4, 3-5. But if they can go 5-3, that's above 500. I'll buy that.
Okay. So your expectations still, in reality, for the Bears is really not necessarily to make the playoffs. That having been said, of course, that's the name of the show. Catch it from 12 to 3 in the offseason, 9 to noon during the season. Do you expect the Bears to have a better performance now that we don't have Aaron Rodgers up in Green Bay? So your arch nemesis is out of there. 2 games you get Jordan Love. I don't know if that's going to be good, bad, or indifferent. You got the Lions, who are supposedly better, and then of course Minnesota. Minnesota is Minnesota. That's you're probably going to split them, I imagine. Do you expect them to make a run for the division championship based upon the personnel, especially a quarterback?
Yeah, I do, and that's because, like you said, it's kind of process of elimination where, I think Green Bay is not going to be anywhere near what they once were, and I think if Jordan Love turns out to be a Pro Bowl type quarterback, I'm just going to give up on being a football fan. Seriously, I'm just going to give up, man. Like it's just never going to happen. I'm just going to have to deal with these, those ugly guys for the rest of my life. But
yes,
yeah, no, I mean, I think we're definitely going to be better than Green Bay is. Minnesota split, Detroit split. So I think they have a chance at the division. I'm not going to lock it in and say, well, it's the Bears division to win. So
bet some money.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. But at the same time, I do expect them to be competitive in the division. And I do expect a sweep against the Packers. I do expect that.
Wow.
And that's not just because of my dislike for them. I just think with Rodgers gone now.
Well, it should be. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, Rodgers is gone. The team doesn't look the same. So, and then even in Minnesota, you got Zadarius Smith, who just got traded. So he's a defensive guy that, can make some plays, but he's not going to be making them for the Vikings anymore. Dalvin Cook might be out of Minnesota. We'll see what happens.
I heard about that. That's a big time loss for them.
Yeah, that is a big time loss. So that's happening in Minnesota too. Detroit, that's the most wild card team in the division, right?
Wild card's a good point.
We don't know what we're getting with them. We don't know if they're gonna repeat how they ended the season last year, or are they just gonna go back to being the Lions? Like who the hell knows? Because the way they
Vegas has them number 3 on that list. I don't know if you were here that week where he had Vegas has them as number 3 odds. Number 3, Cuervo, number 3 odds for that. It's almost embarrassing they put that bet out.
Number 3 to do what?
What make playoffs? Number 3 number to make the playoffs. What Vegas is putting out there.
So they have the third best odds to make the playoffs.
That's correct. Isn't that the dumbest thing you think you've ever heard? I mean, I know Vegas knows more than we do. To me, it just sounds like a sucker bet.
Not for me.
It's a weird bet to make because any team can make the playoff, but like I guess the third best odds to make the playoffs. I don't know. That's a weird thing to bet on, but maybe the win the division. I could see if they're the favorites to win the division, but third best odds to make the playoffs. That's interesting.
It's interesting. Go ahead, Z. What do you think? I mean, You're on. Are you on the bandwagon for the? You're gonna hate this kid there, Cuervo. You seem like you're on a bandwagon for the Lions.
For the Lions.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying no, 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 no. I mean, so what's your deal up on the Lions? What was
Lions
your thoughts as Cuervo was speaking about the Lions?
No, I'm not saying I'm a bandwagon about the Lions, but I like their team as long as their team doesn't sit there and let's just not say the word. Let's just give a little bit of an interpretation. You know, y'all know what they're doing. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
As long as they don't do the G word, the gambling. But no, as long as half of their team stays clean and Jared Goff can have another decent season. But really, really think about this. Not even a couple of seasons ago, Jared Goff was considered a top 15 quarterback. Led the Rams to a Super Bowl,
Yes.
which they really shouldn't have made.
Right.
I'm still very salty. Very.
I'm salty. I'm salty for you. I really am. Because Sonny remembers I was livid about that.
Yes. I do remember.
It grossed me out to see the refs miss a call like that, but that's why I view the NFL a little differently now, Sonny. You know, I do.
Well, but I will say this for Jared Goff, I'm going to tell you right now, we all know why this happens because he said that he would, have relations with his coach's girlfriend. And that's the reason why he's out there. You cannot convince me differently why that happened. Yes, I know there's a little shock going on up there, but that's the backstory. They can sit there and talk about the story all day long that he lost it a little bit or whatever the case may be. That's a bunch of crap. Everybody knows it. And so there was a personal thing, and the personal thing is I'll send this sucker over to Detroit. Not only did he go to Detroit, he had not a great first year, but he's been in Detroit for 3 years now, Cuervo. And he listen, say whatever you want. He almost turned that offense around completely. The reason why they're losing games is not because of offense. Look at the numbers they were putting up at the first part of that season last year. They were number 3 in scoring for I don't know how many weeks. Their defense was letting them down. And I'm telling you right now, they might have made the damn playoffs if their defense didn't give it up in the last part of the fourth quarter. If they shore that up, Cuervo, you could be talking about the Lions in the playoffs. You could be maybe seeing them winning a game or two in the playoffs.
But don't worry, Sonny. The defense, it got taken care of.
Yeah.
Because with their 2 first-round picks, they went and got Jahmyr Gibbs, the running back from Alabama.
Yeah, that really helped.
And a middle linebacker in the first. Good job, guys. Way to draft. We don't want to shut down corner because
no.
We just traded off. What's that guy's name? I forget his name.
Jeff Okudah.
Yeah, Okudah. They just traded him to Atlanta, but we don't need that. We need a middle linebacker, last name Campbell.
Yeah, that's what's stopping us.
That's gonna lead our defense, and he's gonna bite kneecaps like Coach Campbell says to do. Right?
Are y'all are hating on that middle linebacker right now?
Yeah, I'm hating on the.
Listen,
we're hating on it. It's on the fact that was just not the pick that the Lions need to make. Never mind getting a running back. Running back in the first. Come on. Listen, there's not a running back worth a first round pick. It was a dumb pick.
You're not talking anything about Bijan Robinson though. He was taken in the top 10.
Well, that wasn't a very smart pick either, but.
Well, see, and that's the point. Everybody knows that you can get a running back in the second and third round based upon how the running back position has changed over the years. You're not going to get Henry out there all the time in these drafts, okay? Because The game that Henry plays is a game that has been that takes 5 to 6 years to develop and only lives for 2 to 2.5, and that's where Henry is right now. And he's not going to, if he gets, I'm telling you right now, if Tennessee gets rid of him, they're nuts. But the only problem is the money that Henry wants to stay is something that they can't do because they know they can go get a running back that can do maybe 75% of what Henry can do, and they don't have to pay that money, and they're going to go that route because they're not going to spend the money.
Now, wait, Sonny. So you are saying that you wouldn't trade away Derrick Henry?
No, if I am the Tennessee Titans, I am going to Derrick saying, Derrick, you're not going to get this money you want. This is the money that we're going to give you. So you can, and I would put it as a take it or leave it situation. And then if he didn't want to take it, then that's when you go into the draft and you grab someone in the 2nd or 3rd round. Because the success of the running backs is a 20% shot. You're not going to get these running backs to walk in there and start running up and down an NFL street. Why? And Cuervo knows the answer. The reason why is the speed of the game is so much different on college, even at the Alabama level and everything else. The speed of the game is almost 100% different, and those linebackers and those linemen are not. You're not going to buffalo your way through broken tackles like you did in college. That's the reason why. And that's why Tennessee really is in control as far as Henry is concerned. They'll just let him go. I don't think it's a good thing. I think you like it, Derrick Henry, because there are not too many people that do it, which, by the way, who's on top as far as that is concerned? Wait, that wasn't the one. He was on the top on one of these. Where is it at?
Right there.
You like this one, though, right? Yeah, but how many games has your Chicago Bears won with Justin Fields averaging 6.7 yards a catch?
Here we go. Same old story. That's all right. You're not,
yeah.
Sonny.
There it is.
You're not looking at the tree, or you're not looking at the forest. You're just looking at the tree.
It's at the trees. Is that what it is? Got it. But look where Tennessee is. I mean, you're looking at when you look at most yards the last 10 seasons, you're seeing a lot of things change in the game. Okay. And the only one on that list that, for the last 10 seasons, the only one on that list is really the only one that had a real running back in reality. So, by the way, Cuervo, I'm going to ask you this because I don't know. Z may know. This might be just a little bit too old for Z. Is Corey Dillon a Hall of Famer? Because I was having this argument with somebody who thought he was, and I realized that the Bengals weren't a good football team when he was playing, but I just can't help going to Barry Sanders. I just can't help when they didn't have a good football team. Go to Walter Payton. Yeah, they went to the Super Bowl once and won it with him, but he did it usually on horrible football teams. Guys that do it that are on bad football teams are sitting in the Hall of Fame with numbers. I don't think we're getting it with Corey Dillon.
Yeah, no, he wasn't. He's not a Hall of Famer.
He's a Hall of Good, which is respectful. I don't understand that. Why everybody just finds themselves being disrespected to think that they were a good running back in the NFL. They always got to be the best or a Hall of Famer. I get it. I get that's the goal, but I don't even think Corey Dillon is dumb enough to think that he is a Hall of Famer. Or is he?
You got me on that one, Sonny, because I've never heard him speak on that, whether he thinks
Me either.
him or not. I just think that he seems like the type he's just gonna either he gets in or he doesn't. Like I don't know. I've never heard him speak on it publicly.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's just an argument I was having, and by the way, the Falcons. Look at this, Cuervo. These are the numbers. This is the Falcons, okay? This was my favorite slide of the whole week. because it just proves exactly what I said about their quarterback being on the worst Super Bowl hangover ever. And these are games that they lose. They lose after having those big numbers. So the Atlanta Falcons, Cuervo, are going to go with basically a no-namer. I mean, but everybody's talking to him like he's the next big thing, and we all know he is. And I don't understand what people are seeing. His name's Reader, right, or something like that. This guy's going to come. Yeah, he's going to come out of nowhere and make these guys. Now, that having been said, of course, that's the name of the show. Look at the division that he play in. That you can go ahead and take a stab at it because there's really no quarterbacks within this division. I mean, in reality, if you want to consider Derek Carr that guy, go ahead. But he hasn't done jack in 9 seasons with Oakland, so I don't know how you can think this is the best division for him to be in if they're going to win that division.
Well, I mean, are you talking about the Raiders or Derek Carr's new team that we can go to?
I'm talking about Atlanta and Reader. What a great division for this guy to be. The guy what's his name? It's Reader, right? Redder, whatever. He ain't worth a shit, and everybody knows it, but they're trying to push him like he is, Cuervo. I mean, that's all I've been hearing because all right. I'll admit it. I listen to Atlanta radio because I like a couple of guys who do talk. They act like this guy's the second coming of Christ for some reason. I don't get it.
I don't necessarily think that's true, Sonny. I mean, I'm sorry, Ritter with an I. It's Desmond
Ritter. Yeah, Ritter,
Ryder, whatever. But the point is,
yes, whatever. He sucks, and everybody knows it. Why are they trying to push the gold jacket on this dude?
No, I don't. I think you're exaggerating that, Sonny. But that being said, no, I think it's everything else around him that people like about the Falcons, and
their defense is good. Their defense is good.
They've got some things going on offensively. Look, was Bijan Robinson the right pick at number 8 overall? No, but he is going to add something to that offense. You got Drake London. He's looks like he might be an all right receiver. Kyle Pitts is a guy that they're going to be looking at to make some things happen. And I think I want to say they got some free agents too. Atlanta's made a little bit of noise on defense. They signed Jesse Bates from Cincinnati. So
right, I like that. I like that pickup.
But I just think it's everything else around Ritter that people like about the Falcons. I don't know if I can necessarily buy into the hype as much as others, but when you got to be guiding Bijan Robinson, I could see why some people are excited about what the direction that the Falcons are going. I just don't think it's enough.
I don't think it is either. Z, you what were you laughing about? Whenever he. By the way, you'll learn this about him whenever he's got something that he's got on his mind that's pretty interesting. What are you laughing about over there?
Well, at first, seeing all those, blown leads, I'm going to talk a lot of crap here. So, Atlanta Falcons fans, you might want to turn your sound down for a minute. Saints fan, division rivals. I'm about to. All right,
there you go.
There we go. First off, Falcons are frauds. Frauds. Every single part of their team, except for Lorenzo Carter, AJ Terrell, and Jesse Bates. Other than that, frauds. First off, Kyle Pitts gets injured way too much. The only touchdown he has, one of the only touchdowns he had in his rookie season came out of the country in London. One touchdown the entire season. And it wasn't even in the USA. It was in London. Maybe that's why they drafted Drake London, to make sure whenever Drake London got a touchdown in London, it sounded funny, which would be the only good thing about their team. Nothing else is good about that team. Desmond Ritter is garbage. Well, actually, no, he's not that bad. He's mid. He's mid. He's not going to be a future starter though. Taylor Heineke I mean, he wasn't exactly terrible at
That's right.
times.
They got Heineke too. That's right.
No, but
He's a fraud too. He's a mirage, as he's been for the last 3 years, and everybody thinks he's God's next gift.
he's not terrible either, though, Sonny.
Oh yeah,
He's
he
not-
is.
he's
Oh
not-
yeah, he is. I mean, really, go back. What's his record as a starting quarterback? It's not good.
Okay, but think about it. Think about it, Sonny, though. Think about it. A guy like Desmond Ritter, right? Well, no, you know what? Maybe Desmond Ritter isn't that great of an example. But what is one position that I'm trying to make a valid argument here. Here's the thing with Taylor Heineke. His starting tight end was Logan Thomas. Okay?
Mhm.
Yeah, he had Terry McLaurin, but what would teams do with Terry McLaurin?
Scary.
Because they have no one else. They have no one else to throw the ball to except Terry McLaurin. So what do? They automatically double cover him. Curtis Samuel, yeah, he's fast, but then again, they could just double cover him too. They didn't really have a chance until they got their wide receiver 3, which could end up being a beast in Jahan Dotson. But other than that, he's had Curtis Samuel only for like a year or two, and Terry McLaurin. And that's one thing I'll bring up. Terry McLaurin is the most underrated receiver in the NFL, besides Tyler Lockett. Those are my two most underrated receivers.
Say that again.
Terry McLaurin and Tyler Lockett are the two most underrated receivers in the NFL.
All right, underrated, not overrated.
Under.
I was going to say, because you almost got the Joe there for a second, so I'm glad that you verified that. Joe almost came out, Cuervo. I'm sure he is going to come out here, but Joe almost came out. But also though, you're only talking about Tyler Heineke as a Washington Commander or whatever they want to be called now. You didn't watch him like I did. Just kill my Jacksonville Jaguars. It was pathetic. And everybody loved him, and he was just god awful. So it's just you just got what do we say? And you may know this phrase, Z. You got to watch the damn game when he's in there. He isn't worth a shtickle. And I'm sorry, because if he was worth anything, the guy doesn't make more than what, 15 million a year, Cuervo, max. He doesn't even make that. I think he makes 8. So this guy isn't worth. Listen, you're only as good as the number that you can get someone to pay you, and that is just the fact. You can be you can be the flavor of the month all day long, but if you're not a good quarterback, you're not getting money. And guess what? Tyler Heineke don't get it either.
I can't agree with you, Sonny. He's not that bad. You really got to think about this though. Like, okay. Who is in that division, right? Who? Well, not in the NFC South, but who's in the NFC East?
Okay.
The Cowboys defense, right? You had to play your division rivals twice a year,
right?
Which means you're playing 2 games against the Cowboys defense, which has always been good.
Okay.
2 games against the Eagles defense, which has always been decent. 2 games against the Giants defense, which was so-so. But then you throw in the other teams as well, and they just double covered the 2 guys that he had. They barely covered Logan Thomas because he's going to catch the ball, but what's he going to do after the catch? Nothing. And considering his age, he gets hit too hard. He goes out for the rest of the season because of his age. And that's one thing I was going to bring up with Mark Andrews. It's not only his age that's messing with him. I don't know if anyone knew this. I found this out. But with knee problems and stuff, because I know this happens to some people, that with his knee problems, y'all know he has diabetes? Like, that sounds random, but like that can mess with your body.
Yeah,
and that
absolutely.
could be part of his issue.
Tight end.
Yeah. That's something with injury, though. But Taylor Heineke, he hasn't really had that team around him. Speaking of which, the Commanders, Redskins, football team, whatever you want to call them, when was the last time their offensive line was good? Tell me that.
The Hogs, Sonny, the Hogs.
The Hogs. Well, hold on. You made a statement. I had to write it down because I didn't want to interrupt you. You said didn't have the team around him. You want to know why he doesn't have the team around him? Because nobody worth a nickel wants this guy a good football team on him on this football team. That's why he doesn't have anybody around him because he sucks. Tyler Heineke sucks. Tyler Heineke is the number 20 quarterback in the NFL. There are at least 20 that are better, and that's not going to be enough to make it any playoffs or win a majority of the games. Listen, Tyler Heineke doesn't show that he can win games. He shows he's electric. He shows he can be a playmaker. But guess what? Being electric and playmakers don't win football games. Ask Kyler Murray.
So you're saying, okay, well, you know what? No, I was about to say something really dumb. But I mean, Kyler Murray.
I do it all the time. You'd be amongst company here.
Okay, yeah, Kyler Murray is good. Only in some times, though. He's not always good. And I hate to say it.
That's my point.
This is the thing that I always bring up with my friend, and he's a Cardinals fan, so trust me, he hates me every time I say this.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel bad for him.
I mean, not really. He's... Yeah, he picked a bad time to start watching the NFL. He started watching the NFL in like 2020. Saw the Cardinals were half decent, and he said, "You know what? I don't want to. I don't want to."
Saw Kyler Murray in Allen, Texas. You know, right?
Well, no, he didn't know about that. Kyler was from Allen.
Oh, okay,
but,
cool.
See, the thing is, like, he had just started watching football and stuff, and he was like, "You know what? I don't want to pick an overpowered team." You know, then the Cardinals were going like, I don't know, like 8-0 or something like last year. And he was like, oh, heck yeah, we're so good. They lost in the wild card round. And then they just went to garbage. But here's the thing. And this is why I'm going to call this dude trash. Marco Wilson is absolute garbage. One, because he had that pick six against us.
Uh-huh.
I don't forgive him. I will never forgive him. Screw you. Screw Marco Wilson. Marco, screw you. I hope you get demoted to fifth string and never play another game in your life. Second off, the defense is in shambles.
Yes. Yeah.
No one's gonna disagree with me on that. Like, that's just
Hold on. I'm gonna shoot you, Cuervo. He's gonna be the deciding factor in this. That's why 3 is always good. So, Cuervo, Tyler Heineke. What is your take on Tyler Heineke as a quarterback in the NFL?
Look, I like him, but I want to propose a question to you guys.
Uh-oh.
I think I want to try to make a point here.
Okay.
If you're the Atlanta Falcons, would you start who would you start? Heineke or Desmond Ridder?
I know who I would start. See, I'm going different. Now, this is where I'll only give Tyler Heineke a little credit. He's got NFL experience. Okay. Mm-hmm. And you know how I feel about rookies and second-year quarterbacks. They ain't worth a nickel, shouldn't even play it down. So yeah, say whatever you want about that. He does have the experience, and he has won games. Now, has he won a lot of games? No. But listen, Ritter might as well be a rookie quarterback, Cuervo. So I would go ahead and start Tyler Heineke over him, but that just goes to show how bad that division of football is at the quarterback position, because they're actually giving consideration of starting Tyler Heineke at the quarterback position.
Okay, and Z, you said you would start Ritter?
Yeah,
I would not start Ritter. No.
Oh,
not at all.
Okay.
You gotta start Taylor Heineke here. Ritter, give him time. You really have to. Actually, you know what? No. Don't give them time. It's the Falcons. Throw them into the Wolves and let my Saints defense tear them apart. Please. You know what? I want the Panthers to tear them apart too. Brian Burns,
I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to take a step back, Cuervo. I'm going to re-answer your question. I probably start Ritter, and the reason why, Cuervo, what's the difference as far as results are concerned? What I mean, you got two bad quarterbacks on your football team. All right, Heineke is not going to be your. Listen, if you think Tyler Heineke is going to be your franchise quarterback, you can live on that all day long. The reason why they have to start him, which is number one, is their owners, the owners talking. I mean, can you believe that their owner, which never talks, comes out and says, "Yeah, this is going to be our starter." That's Jerry Jones talk. He's never done it before, and he did it. And when he did it, guess what, Cuervo? That was the answer. So regardless who they got, what's his name? It's not Modell. What's his name?
Arthur Blank.
Blank. When Blank comes out and says this guy's going to start, he's going to start. And that tells me also another thing. Arthur Blank don't like his coaching staff. Period.
You don't like him or he don't trust him?
Probably trust. Might not even like him. But it's probably a trust thing. You're right, Cuervo, so I'll give you that. But at the same time, Arthur Blank is thinking the same way I am. What's the difference between Heineke? Heineke hasn't won anything. We might as well just, if we're going to pick between two garbage quarterbacks, we might as well take the one that has the most upswing, which is the one we haven't seen. Let's see what he's got. That's the answer that I think is going on over in Atlanta.
Well, I'm about to tell it exactly how it is.
Okay.
Arthur Smith, he doesn't like anyone. He doesn't even like himself because he plays for the Falcons. He doesn't play for the Falcons, but he coaches the Falcons. There's a good reason not to like anyone in that Falcons organization. They're just known for choking. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if the Falcons pulled a Colts next year. You know, the Colts versus Vikings game? I would not be surprised. Or I wouldn't be surprised if you know what? Maybe it's just a Matt Ryan thing. It's just a Matt Ryan thing.
I agree with you on that part. But I also agree with you as far as Smith is concerned. He better win some football games because Cuervo, I could see Smith getting fired mid-season.
Oh, he's not just going to get fired.
And that's just based upon the talent that's within this division of football. There's no talent. Really, let's be honest. No offense against you, Z. Listen, the Saints suck. Tampa Bay without Tom Brady suck. And so do the Panthers. So you know, if I'm the owner of that football team, my head coach is in a lot of trouble right now, especially if they don't win.
Z, don't worry. Look, I get it every week from Sonny. He claims to be a Bears fan because he lived in Illinois for a little while. He ain't no Bears fan.
Most of my life. Like, yeah.
Every chance he gets, and you'll learn this during the season.
I'll bash him.
He bashes him, and he takes shots every chance he can get. On the
deserving of them.
No, I just think he does it to get under my skin. And you know what? It's my fault. Because
that's about 50% of it. But
I let it happen. I let him get under my skin when he bashes my team. Because only one person can bash the Chicago Bears, and that's me.
And that's you.
That's my team. I bash him how I want to bash him. All right? Nobody else can do that.
Yeah.
You know, to be honest, you should also bash the Falcons. They're just bad.
I got no problem.
Here's the thing: the Falcons should have did away with Matt Ryan 5 years ago, and they listen.
Sonny, how many times have we called for teams to trade certain guys and they don't do it, and then when they finally do it, it's too late. They get nothing in return. Z, listen, hear me out. Z, we're gonna blow your mind here a little bit. When I think it was about 2 years after Adrian Peterson won the MVP.
Oh God!
The Vikings need to consider letting him go. They need to, because you started to see the decline. So that's one that we called on. The next one was J.J. Watt.
Yes.
I did it 4 years ago. Trade J.J. Watt because he started having all them back problems. Okay. Mm-hmm. I was like, trade him now before it's too late. They didn't do it because they love J.J. Watt in Houston, and he's so nice, and he does so, and that's great. I got nothing against that. That's great that he does a lot for the city of Houston. That's awesome.
And raised a lot of money for those in the flood. You can't take that away from him.
That was a great thing that he did. I just think
Absolutely.
from a business standpoint, the Texans made a mistake in holding on to J.J. Watt for too long. Matt Ryan is another example of a guy that we said 3 years ago, trade him, get rid of him, do it. I think it was last year or the year before, Sonny. I said he will not be a Falcon mid-season. Didn't happen.
Well, no, that you said that you said that last year, and that was after like 3 games, and you were right on it.
So
but what's the biggest one? What's the biggest one that someone didn't do that they should have done a long time ago?
Julio?
I think you know what you're talking about. This goes back to when I first started on this show, right?
No, not well, I don't think it's gone that long. This is recent. I give you a lot of credit because they should have done it and they didn't do it.
I think I know what you're talking about. If it is the same one, this was a long time ago. You're talking about the Patriots?
Yes. And the Arizona Cardinals. And the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, so not long after I started the show back in 2011, 12? 9.
No, 2010. 2010.
I had made a bold, crazy prediction that I think Larry Fitzgerald should have went to the Patriots to play with Tom Brady. And
absolutely.
That never happened. But imagine his career.
But even though it didn't happen, Cuervo, you were right.
Imagine his career had he went to the Patriots. Not only would he have the numbers that he has, but he'd have multiple Super Bowls. He'd have rings. And that would propel him, I think, as a top 5 all-time wide receiver. I don't know.
He's top 5 already.
I don't know if he is. I don't know. That one's tough for me because I like Larry. Met him. I met him on deployment one time. So that was a really cool experience. But I don't know if he's top 5. I don't know. But yeah, my point is there's been a few times on this show where we've called for guys to get traded or whatever, and because we try to see it from the GM side.
That one's my favorite.
And teams just don't want to listen to us, Z. They don't want to listen to us.
And by the way, that was Larry's fault because he had that no trade clause. Remember? He had that no trade clause in his contract, and he decided to stay in Arizona.
Yeah.
And that no trade, and that power, I think, went to his head. He should have listened to us. What we should have called him and said, "Yo, Larry, if you go to Foxborough, man, you'll have some rings, baby."
Anquan Bolden did, and look what happened to him. He went to Baltimore.
We called that one too, but they did it.
Yeah. Yeah. But here's my thing about going back to Heineke, guys, real quick.
Sure.
I think I'm going to stick to what your guys' original answer was. You guys both said Heineke, but that proves my point is I don't think the problem was Heineke in Washington. The problem was Washington themselves.
Thank you.
And how terrible of an organization that they are ran. And it's going to be interesting to see now how good this offense is next year with Sam Howell at quarterback. But
thank you.
But they do have Eric Bieniemy as the OC. So.
Yeah, as OC. Yeah, the big time head coach should have been head coach someplace. Yep.
And I think if Heineke starts in Atlanta, I think you're going to see a guy that can put up some decent numbers. Decent.
Okay.
Like.
Well, hold on. Do the decent numbers result in W's, Cuervo? I can give a rat's fat ass if you can throw for 400 yards a game. If you're not winning games, I don't care if you can run for 150 yards on a consistent level at the quarterback position. But if you don't get any,
that's what I'm talking about, Z. Another shot Another shot at my guy Justin Fields. That's what that was right there.
I mean, if it doesn't result in W's, who gives a rat's fat berry butt? Where it's got to be wins. What team would he be good on? That's the question you have to ask about Tyler Heineke. What team could he actually improve and make them a winning franchise? There's not a team in the NFL he can be the starting quarterback and help them get to the playoffs, never mind the Super Bowl.
Are you saying you just plug him in and play and they'll still win, or a guy that or a team that he would make better?
Man, I'm almost thinking both.
So plug and play? I think you throw him on the Philadelphia Eagles, they'll be just fine.
Well, hold it. Wait a second. First of all,
that was your question, right?
Are you saying? Hold on. I know I'm not hearing you right, Cuervo. I know I'm not. I can't be hearing you right because I'm doing this right here. I mean, wait a second. You're almost going to Sonny stage. Are you saying that Tyler Heineke could go into the Philadelphia Eagles and win just like Jalen Hurts?
No.
Plug and play. That's a plug and play team. Yes.
So I didn't hear you wrong.
No.
So you think Tyler Heineke, who was a Philadelphia Eagle and did have to play for him and didn't win any games, think he can do it for the Philadelphia Eagles on a consistent level?
When he was in Philly, they didn't have the team they have now.
Say that again?
When he was with Philadelphia, they didn't have the team that they have now.
Well, they had Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
Okay, Tyler Heineke, quarterback, NFL free agent. Name me a team he makes them a winner on.
Okay, so that he makes better.
Better or makes them a winner. And I'm not talking about 5 or 6 games a season. I'm talking about a team. We just lost Cuervo. I hope he gets back. There he is. Name me a team that he makes playoff bound.
A team that doesn't have a quarterback?
Not even that.
That's it.
Because because we go back to Atlanta. What's the difference between Ritter and Heineke? In hindsight, yes, he's got the experience. Yes, he's won but really in reality, what's the biggest difference between Heineke and Ritter? The fact that Heineke hasn't won any games, and you are the Atlanta Falcons looking for your next big thing. If you think it's Tyler Heineke, pass the Ducci. That's what I'm saying. Just pass it. I'll try it. I don't even do it. I'll even smoke whatever you're on. Because Tyler Heineke does not make any team in the NFL better. Not one football. I can't name one football team that Tyler Heineke makes better, unless you can think of one, and I'm just off it. But there's not one football team that he makes better. And that's not just a knock on him. I like Tyler Heineke, kind of personally, because I've heard interviews and stuff. I like him. But as far as talent-wise, if he was worth a nickel, Cuervo, he's been in the league for 6 years. He'd be leading a football team that is a good football team instead of what's going on in Atlanta.
I got a team for you, and this hits to Z a little bit because it's his division. What about Tyler Heineke on a team like the Tampa Bay Bucks? Does he make them better than what they have right now with Baker Mayfield? Better?
No, not at all.
So Mayfield over Heineke.
All the way.
Okay.
I think I agree with Z. I think I'm right there with Z. I think now there's only I said only one team he won't make. Let me say it. There's only one team that he can make better. Only one.
Carolina.
Close. The only team he can make better might be the Houston Texans.
I could see that.
Did you forget that they drafted a guy named C.J. Stroud?
Well, hold on. Now,
That's the rookie.
that being said, yeah, exactly. But before they went the Stroud way, the only team that he could really improve. See, and he's a rookie. He's their franchise, so they're not going to do it. But if they didn't do that, I think there's only one team that he could actually make better, and that would be Houston. Now with Stroud, that right there, Cuervo, that right there tells you the guy sucks.
Before Stroud, yeah, but I mean, it could be the same situation if the Falcons do what I'm about to say. If the Falcons just make him Desmond Ritter's backup, well then why doesn't he go back up the team that needs a backup? Why doesn't he go and back up Geno Smith or a team that needs a backup? Let's just go with that. A team that needs a backup. If he ends up being a backup, why doesn't he go do the same thing he did in Washington? He was the backup for a while. Am I wrong or am I?
Oh no, he is the backup in Washington. There, he was there.
So why doesn't he go back up another team which would be smart for him? They give him money. He goes to a team that has an injury-prone quarterback, and he gets to play. And he can't exactly be criticized on his bad play because he's a backup.
Okay, that's a great question. He had a lot of time in the free agency to do that, right, Cuervo? He ended up on what team? There's only one team that offered the guy the contract. He knew that was the only one that was going to come, and he jumped on it, Cuervo. I maybe I'm thinking right. I mean,
well, I'm not sure where you guys are at because my computer it was for about a minute cut out.
Oh, he was talking about why don't he go to a backup position and where he wouldn't be criticized as much, and it's a valid point. But there's only one team that gave him the contract. That would be Atlanta. I mean, he's not a demand at all. Now, this is just depending on what you think about Chris Sims. Okay. Now, do you know who Chris Sims is, Cuervo? Do you know who Chris Sims is? He's an analyst. He's an analyst who used to play in the NFL. Chris Sims has him at number 33. How many teams are in the NFL?
There's 32, but again, backups.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's not okay. If you're a good quarterback, you're not a backup in the NFL. That's why you can sit and say, listen. That's why you say Tyler Heineke is not a good quarterback. And listen, how about this? Just throw this out there. If you're going to start an NFL football team, are you hoping that Tyler Heineke is available so he can lead your football team? Tyler Heineke sucks. Everybody just has to get to the fact that this guy sucks. He is not good. He is a backup quarterback at best, and he sucks at that too. I watched it in Jacksonville. I watched him when he went over to Washington. Didn't he play for the Raiders too, Cuervo?
I think he played for Carolina at one point.
It was Carolina, and he sucked there too. So when you suck in 3 football teams, you suck. It's just and it's not because of look what he's got around him. If this guy was worth a nickel, he'd be on a good football team. So especially quarterbacks. Phil Sims has him at number 3. The guy sucks. 33. The guy sucks.
So I guess as long as there's no backup quarterbacks in the top 32, he's the best backup quarterback.
Well, that's according to Chris Sims.
To Chris Sims, which
I'd have to look at it. I'd have to look at it as far as backup. And actually, no, I'm not necessarily. Hey, Cuervo, you're on twice. How'd you do that? You're in the green room twice. Maybe bringing this one in. There's Cuervo. Cuervo over here. Cuervo over there. Oh, that was pretty funny.
Magic.
Yeah, watch out. Cuervo, you're on the roll. Anyway, okay. Tyler Heineke. We spent a lot of time on Tyler Heineke. That's why I love this show, Cuervo. No one would have talked as
Let's
long
move on.
about Tyler
We need to
Heineke
move on.
than we did. But it's still end result. The guy sucks, right?
Yeah, he's not that good. He's okay. He's all right. I
right,
mean, I don't know. Maybe I got a little bit more love for him because I think he's just a guy that, look, he's not going to put up crazy numbers, like Drew Brees or somebody like that. But what I like about Heineke is that the one thing he doesn't do, the one thing that you ask your quarterback to not do, he doesn't do often.
Turn the ball over.
Turn the ball over. He's not going to put up 400 yards and 4 touchdowns, but he's also not going to throw 4 interceptions like, some of these elite guys in the league do at times.
And when he does do that, Cuervo, it's at the end of the game where he's trying just to make something happen.
Exactly.
I get that, and that is a valid point. I'll give you that. But here's what I'm going to tell you, okay? And and hold on, because I'll even get this ready for you because I know you're going to laugh. But this is not a joke. Right now, I take Tim Tebow over Tyler Heineke.
Sonny, what do you want? Sonny.
All right, maybe not right now, but maybe when they released him from the Denver Broncos, that 10 Tom Tebow compared to Heineke, better quarterback without question. Not only that, he's won some pretty good games. How many big games did the Tyler Heineke win? Oh yeah, 0. So I had to go ready for you, Cuervo, because I knew where you were.
The fact that you are still talking about Tim Tebow and NFL in the same sentence.
Got the shaft, man. The dude got the shaft.
Terrible. Crazy knucklehead is terrible.
The guy is not a good quarterback. When are we going to stop?
I just said he's better than Tyler Heineke at their prime. At their prime. Yes, Tyler. Wait, did Tyler Heineke win the Heisman?
Oh God, here we go. We're going to compare college to the NFL now.
Yeah.
The blasphemy!
You know who else won a Heisman Trophy? Sam Bradford. How did he do in the NFL?
Hey, Sam Bradford made. Listen, business sense. That dude made a lot of money. I mean, so I get you. I get Sam Brad. That's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite.
How dare you say such a thing? That is insanity.
You know who else won a Heisman Trophy? Troy Smith at Ohio State.
Well, hey.
Vince Young won the Heisman. How did that? No, he didn't actually.
Seriously though, didn't and I because you're the college guy. Tebow won 2 national championships, right?
Shoot, yeah, I think so. Yeah,
I think I'm right.
Yeah,
at least won one. I know that
he won. I think he was the backup the first time.
Was he? Okay.
Yeah, I want to say he was the backup. Then he played and beat Sam Bradford for the national championship. And so, yeah, that's how that went down.
Keeping it real.
We're really comparing college football to the NFL.
No, I don't. I'm just using this one just for that because I hate rookies. I hate rookies. They're worse than kickers. Rookies are worse than kickers. I mean, so there you go. That tells you how good it is.
You don't like kickers?
No. Yeah, I don't like kickers, and I was one. I don't like kickers. There's only 3 that are worth a damn nickel. The only 3 you'd spend money on, and that's proven, by the way. Huh?
Who are those kickers?
Justin Tucker, Adam Vinatieri, and what's the other dude's name?
McPherson?
Who?
McPherson?
No,
Evan
not
McPherson?
him.
That's the Bengals kicker.
He's pretty good. That's one I didn't think about. He's pretty good.
Mason Crosby?
Hell no.
No.
Young Wei Koo? Will Lutz.
I got it.
Robbie Gold.
You ready?
Robbie Gold.
It's Janikowski. Janikowski.
Who?
And the other one that no one, but wait, he's not a field goal. I was going to say Ray Guy, but he was a punter, so yeah, can't do that. But he's a kicker. But yeah, I'd pay Ray Guy too. So the only kicker in the Hall of Fame, by the way, just in case anybody.
He's the only punter. That's right.
Yep. So yeah, only so that being said, all right. I love how we get off of left field. I mean, I have a long ass list about things. Let's go to primetime, Cuervo. Look at this. You primetime. Does this surprise you anything except the Chargers on the top? I wouldn't think the Chargers would, wow. They got 6 primetime games. So, and then you got the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 in the prime time. So the primetime slots are set. But you're going to see a lot of the Chiefs. You're going to, as every year, you're going to see a lot of the Dallas Cowboys, which makes me puke. But Buffalo is making their way into prime time a lot. And listen, they get viewers too, Cuervo. Say whatever you want. I mean, but Buffalo and Josh Allen, yeah, exactly. But I'm still shocked. If you look at number 5, look at who's right in the middle underneath the number 5, Minnesota. A lot of time in prime time.
Doesn't surprise me. Why does that surprise you?
Oh no, not that it's surprising. I just don't know why.
You guys were talking about him earlier. You got a star on that team that attracts a lot of attention. He's got a lot of fans.
There you go, Cuervo. You did it. It wasn't Kirk Cousins right there. It's the wide receiver, which, by the way, wish would have been thought about the MVP. I mean, doing it on that football team, you got that. But one other one I thought was, no, not that one. Sorry, right here, bang, this one right here.
Teams though, real quick, Sonny. There's a couple teams that do surprise me on that list.
Okay, on this one right here.
No, the one before that, the primetime one.
The prime. Okay.
And it's not because it's not my hate for them, but without Aaron Rodgers, Green Bay really has 5 primetime games. Like that's crazy.
That's pretty interesting.
Crazy. And not only that, but I'm looking at a team like the Giants. Like what really excites you about watching the Giants? Maybe Saquon Barkley, maybe
Daniel Jones.
Well, that's if they're going to pay him, Cuervo. Remember, Saquon turned down the $14 million. I don't think the Giants are going to give him more than 14. Was it 14? Here it is, right here. Yeah, $14 million. Saquon rejects it, and I'm telling you right now, what's the date? It's May 21st. This is the biggest mistake of this young man's career.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, Z, you mentioned Daniel Jones, and I'll put this into, the terms of it. You said you're 13, right? Mm-hmm. So let me ask you. It's Monday. You're like, damn, I got homework I got to do. Are you going to hurry up and finish your homework so you can watch Daniel Jones on Monday Night Football?
Yes, really? I am. Indeed, I am.
Wow.
Maybe you're a Daniel Jones guy. Maybe you like a little.
By the way, I lost the video, or you know what video I'd be playing right now.
I don't.
I lost I thought I had the backup of it in a folder, and I didn't.
What?
Okay. Well, listen.
All down on the 5-yard line. It's classic.
Oh, him running with the ball. You lost the highlight of him running.
The highlight of him falling short, literally.
Yeah.
Okay, but here, listen. I'm gonna tell you exactly why I like Daniel Jones. Okay, so first off, what is one thing that people don't acknowledge about Daniel Jones at quarterback?
Well, I think I know the answer to the question. His athletic ability in running the football is a very
Okay.
big thing that his, and they don't talk, I don't think they talk about it enough. So I will give you that,
That's
even though he
one.
fell short on that play.
That's one, but it's
Okay.
something that Kyler Murray, Drew Brees, and a lot of other quarterbacks that people said Bryce Young. What do Bryce Young, Drew Brees, and Kyler Murray all have in common?
Probably
I
the same
don't
thing
know.
Russell Wilson has in common with them.
Size.
Size.
That's something Daniel Jones has. I don't know if y'all know this, but Daniel Jones is 6'5", 220 pounds.
Yeah.
He's huge. And he
Yes.
plays quarterback, and he runs like Kyler Murray. He runs almost kind of like Lamar Jackson. And his passing stats might not be, oh my gosh, Aaron Rodgers, Drew Brees, Tom Brady. That's not what it screams, but he's kind of like a Lamar when he uses his arm. He could be like a Justin Fields. That's no disrespect to Justin Fields, because I'm not saying that Daniel Jones is bad. I'm saying Daniel Jones is a quality quarterback. I'm saying Daniel Jones eventually could lead the Giants to a conference championship. Now, do I say that they make a Super Bowl? No. Not unless they get him good receivers.
Championship or wait. How many? And I'm not insulting. So just I won't throw a Joe up. Where do you see Daniel Jones? Which, by the way, the reason why I'm somewhat agreeing with you is not because of Daniel Jones. It's because of their head coach. Because you've seen such a turnaround with Daniel Jones from last year to the year before. How many? So you think that the Giants could be playing in the NFC Championship game, which
in
is
the next 2 or 3 years? Yes.
That's interesting.
But
I'm not going to blow on that because I get where it is and I get where he is as in his. But I'm telling you right now, that's going to have to do a lot with Dable, more so than Daniel Jones, because Dable's going to teach him how to win football games. And all you got to do is go and look what Dable did with Josh Allen. So the fact that we've seen the improvement of where he is now should not surprise anybody.
I agree.
The question is will Dable be enough to get him to that spot within the next few years? Hey, listen, you never know. They may find a wide receiver that they can hit up and get going and get going really well to give them another weapon to throw the football to. So I get what you're saying.
And another thing about Daniel Jones' stats, these are just his passing stats since he's been in the NFL. So the completion percentage is 64. It's not bad, but it's not great either.
Right.
11,603 yards, 60 touchdowns, 34 interceptions, 86.5% passer rating. The 60 touchdowns to 34 interceptions isn't terrible. You have almost 30 more touchdowns than you do interception.
Mm-hmm.
And how long has he been in the league? 4 or 5 years?
He's been in for 5, and he got a big up on his contract. So but I'm telling you, that up wasn't going to happen unless Dable was there. Cuervo. I mean,
well, not just Dable, but I think the front office. Bringing in Joe Shane from Buffalo.
That's a good point.
You can already see the difference in how that roster is shaping.
I agree, and not only that, the spirit of that franchise too, Cuervo. Let's be honest. Giants weren't going anywhere with the regime that was there before. Yeah. Everybody knows it, and you can sit there and say Daniel Jones is great, but if it wasn't for him coming in and bringing Dable with him, we would still talk about how the Giants don't have a snowball chance of winning this division. And that's even with Daniel Jones. Mm-hmm. So there is something to do with it, and it is. And actually, it's kind of nice to see. Because when you go back into the day, you think of the Giants and how they, at one point, this was a football team that was a dominant football team, offensively and defensively. And you saw what they did, and they have just been horrible. Let's just be honest. They've been horrible for the last 25 years. Almost unwatchable. Sort of like the Jacksonville Jaguars before they got a real football team. After the 4th year, Jacksonville kind of surprising people coming out of nowhere with the talent that they got. After that, they just kind of blew away into the wind. So Jacksonville's been so bad. Now they got a new coach that's turning the place around. You see, it's the difference between personnel and what you bring. And the key of the whole thing, Cuervo, is that the players are buying what they're selling from Dable and the front office in the Giants. Now the problem is that they got the Philadelphia Eagles and quite possibly Dallas all getting better within that division. Okay, I don't know what we're going to get from Washington. I think this will be last year for Chico if he don't get fired in the middle of the season. So you got 3 other teams, which, by the way, all 3 made the frickin' playoffs last year within that division. So they got to take that step and above. And I don't know how they're going to get ahead of the Philadelphia Eagles, because that's a good football squad, Cuervo. The Philadelphia Eagles are they should win this. I'm going to look at it and we'll do our but right now, obviously the team that was in the Super Bowl and should have won the damn thing should be the one ahead within this division. But is it the Cowboys or is it the Eagles? And that's what they're going to be fighting for that, at least the second spot. Now, if they get another second year with 3 teams in this division, that'll tell you how bad the rest of that division is over in this NFC South. How bad that whole thing is going to add up to. But when you look at the NFC West, really, you're not thinking, I don't care how great anybody thinks Geno Smith, you're not thinking this. You're only thinking one team out of the West, and that's San Francisco.
Yeah.
So that leaves what? Then the North, man, it just tells you where they are. And so within that, we could see 3 teams out of the NFC West yet again in the playoffs.
Nope.
Good.
Well, I'm trying to go through. I don't see anybody in the West but the division championship out of there. In the North, division champion maybe over there. South division championship over there. I mean, I don't know. If we break it down, we'll do this, by the way, just so that you know. We break down all the divisions, we rank them, figure out where we think that they are. But man, the NFC went from a kind of like a powerhouse of conference, Cuervo, to God, they're not worth a shit. I mean, I swear, I'm looking and like, God, we're talking about the frickin' Giants making the playoffs, for God's sake.
Well, it's almost like in the NBA, right? All the talents in the Western Conference compared to
it went through that a lot. Yes, the Eastern Conference was dominating, and now it's the Western Conference that's actually doing it. It's just really weird. You're right, Cuervo.
Yeah, now you got all the talent in the AFC. In the past 2 years, you've seen Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers move over to the AFC. On top of them already having Mahomes and Allen and Burrow and Herbert and
Jackson.
And Lamar Jackson and all those guys. Derek Carr moved over to the NFC.
To a certain extent, if he could stay healthy and not have the concussion problems he had. I can't even believe I'm saying that, but I at one point thought Tua should have been thought of the MVP talks when he was healthy, because he was playing. Oh my God, he was playing good. Now, granted, had Waddle and Hill. That really helps you. That really, when you got the weapons, you can be a good quarterback. So
you can't mess that one up. Hey, you can
not too bad anyway. Well, and I never said that Tua didn't have any talent. I just, I went back to the fact he shouldn't have been in there when what's his nose was there, the beard guy. So
Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, Fitz. Shut up, Cuervo. Shut up.
Magic.
All right. A lot of miles, Cuervo. A lot of teams doing a lot of miles.
Yeah. Look at all the coast teams. That's who it mostly is. All the teams on the coast.
And look at your Bears, man. They're not traveling anywhere. Isn't that great?
Not too far. They are coming to LA. They are coming to LA this coming season, which I definitely plan looking into getting some tickets for that.
Are you going to be in the front row like you were for the Broncos and the Raiders in Vegas?
I will definitely try to get those tickets. Yeah.
That having been said, Cuervo, I got Big Red, Butch Wesson wanting to get together. And then my wife, Butch Wesson, wanted to get with Bill and myself and go on a road trip. I'm sitting here thinking, if we're going to go on a road trip, we go to frickin' Vegas. We can maybe even reel in Cuervo and bring him in and see if we can get him over there. So I think, kind of the couch potato sports show, wouldn't it be great if we could get Bryce and Obi's a $99 airfare away from Arizona. God, that would be great. The couch potato sports show. God, that would, So when my wife made mention of it, I started thinking of it, which I shouldn't do because I have a habit of doing what I start thinking we might have to do a couch potato sports show,
live show,
Vegas with all of the misfits. Like, no offense against Z, I don't think Vegas would be the place for Z there, but outside of that, I mean, I don't. Yeah.
I was 3.
We can get him an ID, no problem.
Well, yeah,
oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, we'll find a good fake ID guy. Get him
I'll bring some money too, because that stuff.
But dude, we haven't been in Vegas forever.
We need money for sure.
Yeah, you definitely. You're gonna be like me. I'm staying downtown, and that's almost too expensive. But outside, I mean, dude, we have been on a blackjack table in the Golden Gate, and we've been right out in front. Which, by the way, just to let you know, over in the dugout. What's the name of the place, Cuervo, where we were at the front of that? You weren't. Well, yeah, you were there, but that's when I met you. What?
Binions.
Somebody's bullpen. I just, the name slipped in my mind. We're in front of it doing that show when we met you.
No, you were at Binions when I met you.
Binion, yeah, the Binion's bullpen. But it wasn't Binion's bullpen. We were in front. There was a name of it, but I want to say Bucky's, but I don't think it's Bucky's either. So, but anyway, but that would be kind of cool if we can figure out a time where all of us could get up there instead of just a few. Then it'd be more fun. So my wife brought that, and she said you should really get everybody together in one spot. So
we gotta plan it, Sonny. And my wife and we go.
I know, but I got this new job, man. I this new job is killing me, man. I'm telling you, I'm just I used to be I used to do whatever I want, whenever I wanted, why I ever wanted. Now I'm not allowed to do that anymore. See, that's what happens when you get old and you depend on a paycheck from someone. So more so than just doing it yourself.
I was gonna say, I think Z's listening to us like, damn, being an adult doesn't sound that fun.
By the way, I got to do this, and I couldn't find it, but I was going to do it. But I was going to send you a man card, Cuervo. Mine's shredded into 10,000 pieces. I love the fact you finally admitted that you and I watched the repeat. That I'm going backward in it. Married at first sight. The man is watching reality TV. The more I know about you, Cuervo, the more I like you, because it's hey.
Well,
hey,
I've been
you were drug in by your wife. I just got involved with it. And Z, I don't know if you know Catherine Dunn. Do you know Catherine Dunn? Okay, she was in Big Brother 21, and she was also with the Texas Revolution. I forgot you. Yeah. What?
I
said I doubt he watches any of that stuff.
Yeah, probably not.
I barely watch TV.
Which he's their mother's dream right here. This is the kid she wants. See, this is a good kid, which I shouldn't say too much on the show. I don't want you to get a big head or anything, but good kid. But yep, reality TV. By the way, did you watch the end of that?
The end
of the season finale? Have you were watching it that day, right?
Well, so are you talking about 90 Day Fiance or Married at First Sight?
Married First Sight. It was the finale. Did you see they're going to do 3 episodes after?
Yes, I did see.
Which, by the way, as soon as he said it, I called it. That guy is sliding in on that DMs from that one girl. I knew. Gina, is it Gina? That guy is. I knew it as soon as he said it. I knew that's what the deal was. I knew it. So, oh my God, I need a live Cuervo talking reality TV. Here you go. How about that? I was looking for this. This is the one I was looking for with Derrick Henry. Look at what Derrick Henry has definitely done for his football team, right, guys? I mean, this guy, and Alvin Kamara to a certain extent, last couple of years, and Z, you would know, we're seeing a little bit of a downslide because of with Alvin Kamara. Is it because of his off the field problems that he's having, or is it just because he's losing a step? What do you think?
I don't know if I have an answer. Really, to be honest,
Well, come on, you're on this show. I brought you in for your expertise on the New Orleans Saints. I mean, come on.
You gotta,
he's your guy, right? I mean, you got a Kamara jersey.
I do. Now, here's the thing with Kamara. With Kamara here, look. There's no telling.
He's got the off the field problems, right? He's got the deal that we don't know what's going to come from that, if it's going to come. And you want to talk about sliding something underneath the carpet, Cuervo? They've done a good job with the Alvin Kamara thing, because we hardly even remember it happened, 2 years ago? And no one's talking about it now. Yeah, a year. But, I mean, I don't know if that's affecting his game. Well, obviously he hasn't been in games because of his, injuries and stuff like that. But, man, Alvin Kamara, I think is a big loss for your football team if they don't get him back to where he's supposed to be. They depended on that guy. Look at that. Well, the numbers don't lie. You saw that he was right up there, with 72 touchdowns.
Well, here's the thing now, though. I think one of the reasons we got a running back in the draft and Jamal Williams is not only in case something happens to Kamara, but if Kamara just isn't who he used to be.
Or not available.
We have Jamal Williams and Keandre Miller now.
My question, I'm wondering if Jamal Williams is enough, Cuervo.
Well, it depends on how you look
at it. I love him. That guy's a stud. But, man.
I think you're going to see with and Z's probably going to look at me nuts, but I can see kind of like I'm having this vision about the Saints and their running game. It's almost like what you get with the Dallas Cowboys, right? And you talk about it often, Sonny. In between the 20s, you get Tony Pollard.
You should have Tony Pollard.
Within the 20s, you get Zeke Elliott. I think the Saints, I'm wondering if they're going to have the same kind of run game where in between the 20s, you've got Kamara, who can get the big chunky yards and all that stuff. And then you bring in Williams because he's a goal line guy.
Absolutely.
And he gets the punch-ins. For fantasy football purposes, that's going to suck because I love me some Kamara. That's my guy. But I don't know how many TDs I'm going to get with Kamara if I draft him. That's tough.
Good.
That's tough.
Well, how far do you think he's going to fall in the draft, though? If you're doing the fantasy draft, how far do you think he falls? I think he at least falls to the 5th round, don't you think?
Yeah, I would say Kamara's still probably a 3rd, 4th round guy.
Really?
If you're lucky,
that's what I was going to say.
If you're lucky, he's still there in the 5th, and at that point, he's kind of a steal, if you ask my opinion. Because in the 5th round, you're looking at your number 2 running back, right? And Kamara would be a great number 2 running back. Don't get better than that. So, I don't. He's not a 1st round guy no more. He's not a 2nd round guy no more. But I think he's 3rd, 4th, maybe 5th.
Now depend upon the offense on how they're going to run the offense over there, and if he will be the guy as far as that is concerned. Top 10 best games of the regular season that's coming up, Cuervo. interestingly enough, look at that Detroit Lion game and the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, you know, well, it goes to that one you just sent me here. Where is it? Did I upload it? Yeah, here's week one. I saved that, Cuervo. Thanks for sending that to me, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm already set for week one. So I just got to make it. But actually, no, I want the other ones. They look better. But looking at week number one, Lions and Chiefs, they are putting them freaking prime time, Cuervo, against the Kansas City Chiefs.
Sonny, it's the opening game to open the season.
I know. I'm so shocked at this. It's unbelievable.
But you know what? It goes to tell you, and a lot of people believe this. It goes to tell you what the league kind of sees with the Lions, and what they think they might become, because that's what they base the primetime games on. It's like, okay, who do we think is going to be exciting to watch? Who's going to be a good team, and all that stuff. And there's a lot of hype on the Detroit Lions this year. So
yeah, and and you know me, Cuervo. By the way, we lost Z. He had to go out. His phone's died. He was at 3%, and his phone died. But that's a Sonny Clark hype, Cuervo. Look what I've been talking about for the Lions for 2 years, and I'm telling you, this happened when they got what's his name as a quarterback. Goff. I always have a hard time with that guy's name. But when they got Goff, I immediately seen that they, and I know when I'm going to say might deserve a Joe, but I want you to think about it. This team has not been the same since he got there. Matthew Stafford was the biggest blessing for this team for him to lose that guy. First of all, for money. Second of all, for the fact that he wasn't really doing anything for the franchise. And now you got Jared Goff, kind of turning this team around along with the head coach. They like that crazy nut up there. They love him. So the combination with Goff and the coach, everybody seems to have some kind of mad love in reality for these Lions. And I'm going to look at it, but Cuervo, I'm not convinced that they're worth the hype that they are getting in reality, even with the head coach and with Jared Goff. The fact that they play in such that division, I mean, we already just talked about it, that division's up for grabs in reality. Outside of Minnesota, who else? And even Minnesota could be questionable depending on what the relationship between Cousins and what's his nose are, because I heard just a little bit that they were griping at each other a little bit towards the end of the season. So that having been said, how that whole thing works out, I mean, but I don't know. They're in a good division to try this, I think, to try to become the better, shot with it. But I don't know if I don't even think that I'm believing the hype coming from the Lions. Are you somewhat believing it or no?
Not too much. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's kind of one of those,
It's a hard buy-in, isn't it, Cuervo? This one, it's a hard buy-in because of the history. Yeah, and even though Matthew Stafford goes in his first year and wins the Super Bowl, that still doesn't mean that Matthew Stafford was worth a nickel enough to keep him in where if he was on that team today, you would think the same thing. I think a lot of it has to come from the coaching and Jared Goff hitting that football team.
Yeah, that was going to be my point. Is like, it's kind of like, how we say, let's just say, for example, the Cleveland Browns, and I love you, Obi, but I got to use your team as to prove, for a talking point here. Sometimes, teams are going to do what they do. The Cleveland Browns are going to Cleveland Brown. The Jets.
He might agree with you.
Yeah, the New York Jets. They're going to jet. It's a weird saying to say, but there's some truth to it. The Detroit Lions, they're probably going to Detroit Lion, and they're going to find a way to start the season 2-5 or something like that. And it's the same old Lions. Like, they've had opportunities to be to be winners, they've had arguably two of the greatest at their position of all time.
Yes.
Did nothing
Yes.
with those guys in their prime. Nothing. Blew.
And that think about this, Cuervo. Barry Sanders retired in his prime.
So did Calvin. And here's the crazy part. They both played 9 seasons for the Detroit Lions, and they retired at the same point in their career. Isn't that something?
Hey, I think it says a lot. I mean, Cuervo, I mean, seriously, you think about it, I think that says a lot about your team. I think it says a lot about the mentality of your team. That's it. It's kind of nuts, but yeah. So, by the way, this was one I sent this to you here earlier. I mean, have you ever heard such the biggest bull crap ever? I mean, yeah. Listen, you're a quarterback in the NFL. You got to make it, quote unquote, every call, every throw, right, Cuervo? Yeah, I mean, this is the same crap you heard about Tyler Heineke, for God's sake, right?
You know, reminds me of too is all that BS that Tyreek Hill tried to blow last year, talking about Tua and that he's got a cannon for an arm, and yeah, he underthrew him so many times throughout the year.
Yeah,
and it almost to the point where he tried to make it sound like he was better than Patrick Mahomes, and
he was insinuating that all day long. Now, whether or not he actually believed it, more so than he was just trying to, hype up Tua or whatever the case may be. Because if he honestly thinks that, I'm just going to say it. He is just one dumb human being and shouldn't be allowed to speak. I mean, listen. I love what Tua did last year. I really do. I think it was phenomenal before he got hurt, what he was doing. Listen, I was thinking, man, you got to consider his name. I didn't think he'd win it, but you have to consider his name as the MVP because the guy was balling without question. But to say that he's better than Patrick Mahomes just shows you how ignorant the man is in reality, because I don't think he's smart enough to hype up the guy, is what it seems like to me.
Well, he didn't say it directly. I just think he was saying kind of similar to that quote about him making all the throws. He's got a strong arm. He's so accurate. He's this, he's that. And, there were some fake ones out there too. And you can tell the real ones from the fake ones. But the real quotes that he made, he just loves Tua. He can make all the throws. He's accurate. He's got a strong arm. Yet when you see the little hype videos from the Dolphins, every throw that Tua was making to Tyreek Hill, it was an underthrow. And this was not even, in any drills. It was just him throwing the ball to him. They're playing pitch and catch, and he was still underthrowing the ball to him.
Not under pressure, not while he was running, not trying to lead him with the ball, but just playing catch.
Yeah, just playing catch with him, and he was still underthrowing. Now, I don't know if that goes to this. I think that could be just more how fast Tyreek Hill is.
That could be.
That
could be.
Because
I was watching him in Cuervo last year. I watched Tua. Because everybody, Cuervo, how many times have I been told I've been wrong about Tua? Hundreds of times. So I specifically watched for him. He is getting better. But man, Cuervo, I go back to what you said about 2 months ago. This guy needs a year off. I honestly believe if he goes out there and he tries to perform this year, first of all, it's not going to be pretty. Second of all, he's probably going to get hurt again.
Yeah.
And I think Miami and Tua are not doing themselves any good by putting him out on the football field. In fact, it'll end his career. If he starts for the Miami Dolphins, he's going to end his career way too early than he really needs to. More so, like you said, Cuervo, if the guy took a year off, had some time to get his head straight, and I get the competitive juices of a player like that, and I get it. But man, if you want to play more than one more year, I think he seriously needs to consider that, or Miami needs to step in and say, "Listen, son, we're going to pay you, but you're going to sit." And then because we want you for 2024, but then who are you going to get to throw the football to Waddle and Tyreek Hill? And that's where all this comes in, and that's where I almost think he has to play, because Miami has to play him, because who are you going to get him to throw the football to? They can't get anybody right now. It's too late.
It's true. Yeah, that does make a good point. I mean, they got Teddy Bridgewater at backup.
Listen, I love Teddy more than most people, but Teddy can't deliver that ball. Just God, and I love Teddy Bridgewater. I just love him as a guy, as a competitor. I love him. And sometimes you just got to say he's just not good. And he's not
good enough.
And
he's a good quarterback.
Not good enough. Yeah. Not good enough. Great guy and can win you a few games here and there, but he's not the answer. And he's not even a retread for a year now. And, man, that injury really killed that dude's career. That might be one of the most devastating career, at the quarterback outside of Theismann and all this. But I'm talking that man, you want to talk because, dude, he was on his way in Minnesota, I think, to being in the MVP. In fact, I even called it. I said Teddy Bridgewater is going to be the MVP of this league, and that's when they had Theon and what's his nose over there. Yeah. So and that was like Diggs' second or third year, or something like that over there. Dude, I think he could have been in consideration for the MVP because of what they had as far as weapons and everything else. They even had Rudolph still at the time, So oh man, what a devastating career our injury to just take him away. So, but have I gone through most of these, Cuervo? I think I hit them, didn't I? Did I hit them all? Well, I didn't hit the. I mean, if you want to talk some basketball, the guy's never going to shave his beard. What didn't he say? Didn't he say? And I might be wrong. Didn't he say I'll shave my beard when I win a championship? This dude's never going to shave his beard.
No, he's not. And I'll even take this one a step further. I'm not going to quite break news here, but it sounds a lot like he's going to go back to the Houston Rockets.
I've been hearing that here and there, and what I hate about James Harden is when you hear a little story, that little story is usually the story, because every time that I heard he'd end up here, he was there. Every time he's there. And guess what? That dude's back in Houston. And I don't know, good, bad, or indifferent, because listen, I don't watch them enough, more than anything. But this is a guy that has not been able to be that guy to get that team, whatever he's going to play for, over the top, even with some pretty good talent on the team. Never mind Houston. He had some good talent on three teams that he was in. And he is not the deciding factor to get them up and over to make it into a championship series. Never mind win the NBA championship.
He could have been that guy. I just don't think he was dedicated enough. I think, especially his time in Houston, he was more about.
Especially in Houston,
he was more about hanging out and endorsements and all the other fun stuff that comes with playing in a city like Houston. And it's funny because I was listening to Sirius XM radio. I was listening to the Mad Dog Sports Show. And the guy that was hosting the show at the time, it was the other morning. I was on my way to work. He brought up a really good point. And that's kind of what he was talking about, is the fact that he wants to go back to Houston tells the narrative that he doesn't care about winning a title. He doesn't.
That's what.
All he cares about at this point in his career, Sonny, is getting paid, hanging out, having fun. That's all he cares about. The championship don't mean crap to him.
Well, does that maybe has he had to come to Jesus that he's not the reason that they're going to be able to win it? Has he finally just come to that point? That's the reason why he will go to Houston. That's the reason why he will. I mean, do you think he has the realization that he's not enough?
Maybe. But I think he also
who's in Houston right now, Cuervo?
Oh, the team's bad. Team over there.
The team's horrible. I think they finished third to the last in the conference, for God's sake. I mean, so there's nobody there worth a shit to talk about if you're going to bring James Harden to bring you a championship. Dude, we've been talking about James Harden for 10 years on this show, Cuervo. The guy has never really ever showed up and been able to get him up and over. And listen, you can say whatever you want about Kevin Durant, but he's got the rings, but as of late, where's he at? So I don't know if he's going to start recruiting, but last thing I heard is that, the Miami Heat is where Kevin Durant wants to go. Supposedly, supposedly that's all he ever wanted to play for. I wonder why that is. Yes. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, that dude needs to stay exactly where he is right now and let Kevin Booker, and then they get one more piece. The Suns are going to be a hard team to beat, and within contentions for championships. I mean, listen, I don't watch enough NBA, but I do know what I'm hearing, and I do know that. I mean, if they get one more piece of this puzzle, I mean. Isn't Kawhi Leonard on that basketball team too? Isn't Leonard on that team? No, he's on Dallas. He's Dallas.
He's with the Clippers. He's still with the Clippers.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Who's the one that the Dallas Mavericks got? That big name.
Oh, Kyrie Irving.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They got Irving. By the way, that's what LeBron James rumor that's floating around there too, right, Cuervo? I mean, I don't know if you're hearing that, but they're talking that whole thing. By the way, 0-3, 0-3. I'm the happiest guy. I'm the happiest guy in the world. I'm telling you right now that it couldn't happen to a nicer. I hope they get their ass swept right out of that. They're gonna win one. They're gonna win one, but I hope he gets swept. I was having this discussion with another person on Facebook, and they want to know why I hate him so much. Because of what he does on the off court. I said, listen, you don't listen to my show enough. All right, because I give LeBron credit for everything he's doing off the court. I mean, getting kids to college, paying for college, making sure they got money in college, all the stuff, in reality to help kids, whether it's with school, basketball, whatever they want. He's got a school that he funds the whole damn school where nobody pays a penny. So I can't disrespect LeBron James whatsoever for that. But his on the court antics, have you seen the latest flops on this guy? This guy's flopping more than a pancake. I swear to God, it's unbelievable. And it's sad, and it should be embarrassing, but he's LeBron James, so he doesn't embarrass easy.
Yeah. I haven't seen the more recent, but I do know that I've seen a couple of times where you can clearly see nobody touched him, and he's just like all over the place.
I was going to say he was flopping against himself the other day. I saw that he flopped himself because one of these days he's going to get hurt, and that's just going to flopping, and that's just going to be crazy funny. And the guy he was guarding or anybody who was near is going to get the blame for it because it's LeBron.
Right.
So.
Yes. The king. Yeah.
Hey, I just realized first of all, it's 3:45. I kept you long. I hope you don't let your wife kill me for that. But you forgot something today.
I got something special for that.
Yeah,
regular t-shirts, honey.
Oh, the guy that I got them for said that they can go on a hat, and I don't know how you hot press a hat, but I'm not gonna try. I don't wear hats. My head is nice and round, but it's not round enough for a hat to make it look good. So I don't wear hats. I only have a few hats. I got the fedora. And I got the Chicago White Sox championship hat. I should get a Cub one though. But if I get a Cub one, Cuervo, I'm going to have someone sew it like Ray Rain. I don't know if you remember Ray Rayner back in the day when I was a little boy. I used to watch Ray Rayner show in Chicago. Look it up on YouTube. He had a Cubs hat and a White Sox hat whenever he reported on. He turned around. It's a kid's show. He turned around and he talked. I always thought that was the coolest thing ever. But then I started thinking to myself, where am I going to wear that hat?
Right here on
the back would just get in the way.
Yeah, right here on this show.
Yeah, right, well, there you go. It gets hot. That's the reason why I don't. I mean, I had my McManus jersey on. It just got too damn hot in here, and I got the air pushing for this show, and I got a fan down here, and I was still sweating up a storm. So, but man, I miss you. I'm glad you were able to make it back.
Yes, sir.
And listen, busy times calls for busy things. I'll tell you. So. I completely get it. Now, that being said, that's the name of the show. We are going to be on, I don't know how long we're going to be on next week. I am flying to Arizona on Friday, and I'm moving my mother-in-law to Dallas. So my wife can take care of her, and she's 82, so checkout time soon. I just gotta just sit and say that. That's just like horrible thinking. Sometimes I say shit that I'm thinking. But she just wants to make sure she's taken care of towards the end. And so as much as I don't want to do it, I got to do it. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm wasting 2 days. We're just going to drive from Tucson to we'll take like a 3-hour nap somewhere along the way, and then just zip on the way, and just like
yeah.
But I'm getting a little too old for road trips. That kind of road trip anyway. So, but yeah, some good stuff. But always good to see you, my man. And I'm glad your wife brought you into some educational TV. That's good, Yeah.
Educational.
Oh my God!
I watch it for the drama of it, Sonny. I don't.
Oh, isn't it great? Isn't it great? And you can't wait to watch it, can you? You're just like, yeah. You're so, yeah.
It's interesting.
So, what are the other ones you watch besides Married at First Sight and 90 Day Fiance? Or are those the two?
No, the only other one that we watch, it's a show called Love After, or well, there's different versions of it. You have Love during lockup, you have Love after lockup. So it's literally.
What channel is that on?
We TV.
Okay, I need to check that out.
Yeah,
I can get me some We TV. That's easy.
Yeah, and it literally is what it sounds like. It's inmates that date people outside, and then they get together when they get out, and they build a life where they try to live a life together.
After COVID.
No, after they come out of jail, they're incarcerated.
Oh, I did see that. I misunderstood.
Not COVID lockup.
I thought you meant lockdown for the COVID, not lockdown. And I did see that. That's it's on Philo. I've seen that little thing on Philo. By the way, Philo, if you're a reality show junkie, like I am, listen, I have to admit, I shredded my man card. It don't even exist anymore. That's on that. Philo is the best place for the reality TV. They got all of them. It's fun. 90 Day Fiance is a crack up too. These freaking dummies. It's just like, God, sometimes I don't think I'm the most intelligent person in the world, Cuervo. I am a freaking genius compared to these people on these shows. I just, yeah. So it's like,
Yeah. Well,
so
you got tonight. They're going to release the second part of the tell-all for 90 Day Fiance. So part 2 of the tell-all.
is that tonight?
That's tonight.
I gotta start watching that one. I haven't, so I just gotta go. That's why I like Philo. I could go back and I don't want to watch the after party shows and what. I just want to watch the show and boom, yeah. Now, and by the way, I've been watching for them, and a lot of the ones on Lifetime, you can't zip through the commercials. You got to suck it up and do it because you told me how to look for it, and it's got an X between that fast forward on the button on the left hand
like
corner.
advertisement, and it'll X out the fast forward button. But if you don't see that, you can skip commercials.
Right, and so I watch every single time I watch for it. But the ones on Lifetime, I think you're stuck watching them. I don't know because they don't happen very often. But
yeah,
so, but look at that, man! I stole you for 3 hours anyway. I've been on for 4, but I stole you for for 3 hours. I did good.
Yeah,
but always. Wait. So you got a special shirt? I was going to send you some shirts. You need me to send you some shirts for your Couch Potato Sports Show? I just didn't know what size that you had, or I would have done it myself.
No, it's all good. I've got something in mind to put a patch on something that I'm going to have ordered, and when they get it done.
Cool. I just didn't spend the money. I just didn't want to, I think. I almost got me a Couch Potato Sports Show shirt, like it was a baseball shirt, and that Couch Potato. But I don't. It was more of the fact I just didn't want to spend the money on it. I'm such a cheap bastard. But I'll spend $120 for a McManus jersey. But it had the patch on as well, but not this one. They just made their own patch. But that McManus jersey, I love the hell out of it. It's perfect. It's way too big. But interestingly enough, when I got that, a friend of mine said, where you're getting it, if you're getting it from China, you need to order maybe 2 sizes too big, because their sizing is different there than now. It's like, okay, I ordered a 6X. This thing, I'm swimming. So they got the right size where I got this. I forget the name of the website I got it, but they wouldn't let me put the real Jaguar logo on it. So I sent them this to not the patch, but the file to put it on there. So, because they wouldn't let me put the Jaguar logo on it. So, but yeah, so cool. All right, my man, that's all I had. I think we covered just about everything. Jim Brown passing.
Yeah, that's
big loss. Big loss in football.
I mean, he was a legend in many different ways.
Oh man, he was on TV. Did you watch Any Given Sunday? I'm sure you saw that one.
Yeah.
With Al Pacino, he was in a lot of those shows. I thought were really good.
Well, didn't he cut his NFL career short just to pursue acting? Is that right?
I don't see now. I don't know that if it was because of injury or to pursue acting, but he's been in a lot of movies, a lot.
Yeah.
So, by the way, does Aaron Rodgers make the Jets credible?
Yes.
Even in that division with Miami and Buffalo being as good as they are getting, depending on what's going to happen in Miami anyway.
Yeah, I think if the defense can play the way it did last year, they've got a situation on their hands with Quentin Williams, their D tackle.
Yeah.
He's screaming, I want to get paid now. So I don't know how they're going to handle that. We're almost in June now, so well,
it's not going to probably get handled before the season starts. I don't think it will. It's going to be an in-season thing and it's probably not going to go until week 6, week 7, because they're going to see how he plays during those week 7 before they start offering out that crazy money that he's probably going to want. You're right about that. But that guy's a stud. He'll get the money, whether it's going to be in the Jets or someplace else. And if they don't watch it, that Gardner kid is.
Sauce Gardner.
Oh man, they better just start throwing money at him. I know he's only in year 2, but they better start throwing money at this guy. Start renegotiating that contract, or they're going to lose him too. And that would be a shame, based upon the fact of what they did to go get Aaron Rodgers. You got your quarterback on your defense. You got to pay that guy, and you got to do it quick, and you got to show that you want to give it to him. So you start giving them some. And I don't know. It's just really interesting to see how that, because if you go get Aaron Rodgers, you got to keep Gardner, so you have the the credibility to talk in reality. You're going to lose either Gardner or the other guy, and I can't see him losing Gardner. In reality, I mean, if you choose between the two, I think you take Gardner, right? If you had to choose between the two,
between him and who, Quinn Williams.
Yeah, Williams.
Yeah, you let Williams go.
Yeah,
pass.
And that's too bad, because Quinn Williams is a badass, man.
Yeah. I mean, he's a freaking brick wall to try and run through. But you got to have a shutdown corner. You got to have a guy that can shut down receivers, and Gardner's that guy for the Jets.
I agree, 100%, 100%. Interesting. So, when's your young lady coming back home?
Maybe not till a little bit later on. So I got some time. I can knock out some more chores here at the house. Not honeydew stuff, just things that it's kind of like
needs to get done. You gotta get it done.
Yeah.
Hey, it's still light out there. It's light here, so you got at least 2 more hours from now, at least.
Oh no, I got about another 5 hours of sunlight left.
Yeah, there you go. So, by the way, yes, once you get set, send damn pictures. Want to see your nice new house.
Will do.
Which, by the way, in order to get the address, I had to ask your wife for the friggin' address.
I know.
It's like, geez, like I'm pulling teeth here. Just give me the damn address. Because the deal on that is I don't leave the house very often during the week. And I was going to do that on Monday because I had an appointment. So I was just going to hit the mailbox, the post office on the way to my appointment. So it was either Monday or you weren't going to get them. So I'm glad she at least answered and gave me the address. Not that I remember it or remember where I put the address, but it got there. So, and you don't check your mail very often. You didn't get until like Monday or Tuesday, and they said they delivered it on Thursday. So you're like me. I don't know. I can't remember last time I checked the mail.
Well, you know what though? The other thing too was we had an issue where we didn't know this until after the escrow closed and everything. Somebody had so the people in my neighborhood, they had to go to the local post office to get their mail. And the reason they were having to go to the local post office to get their mail is because some jackaloon over here had unbolted get this. They unbolted or somehow took the whole mailbox where you got, all the individual slots.
Oh, the community mailbox?
Somebody took it out and stole the whole damn thing, and they had to replace it. So in the meantime, so in the meantime, you had to go to the local post office and ask them, like, hey, is there any mail for, this address or whatever? Well, just recently they got a new mailbox in there. They had to issue us new keys. So we didn't get the keys for a while. So
wow.
We had so much built up mail. So trust me, there was a lot of stuff when we finally had access to our mail. And then that's when I saw the envelope. I was like, oh, something from Sonny. And then, I got crap about it. Like, oh, yeah, I had to send him the address because you forgot. Thank you, Sonny. That son of a bitch. That was me saying it, not her.
It's on. I know that's on my schedule. So I had to get that on my schedule, dude. Take away this. I had the long honeydew list because we're bringing my wife's mother here, so we're getting the apartment. Outside of that, dude, I very rarely leave this place, man. Walmart, almost everybody delivers, and I'll pay the fee almost. Except I won't do fast food. I'll drive up to get my fast food, but
Yeah.
but as far as like Walmart, Target, and all these other places they deliver, I let them deliver. I'll pay their little fees and be done with it, just not to have to go into Walmart. So that alone, I pay $15 not to go to Walmart.
Yeah, right.
It's great.
I gotta make a trip myself over there.
dude. Go to Walmart.com, order it, and have them deliver it, and then you don't have to worry. Dude, I'm telling you right now, I may never walk in. If I didn't have to get a money order to pay the rent, I'd never go to Walmart. I always said
Money order to pay the rent.
Huh?
You use a money order to pay your rent? What is this, 1993?
Hey, you know what they want to charge for me to do it on their little website? They want to charge me $35. Listen, I can go yeah. I'm like, no, I'll pay the dollar. And they're insisting on doing it. I said, it's not in this contract. I ain't doing it. I'm not paying them $35. I won't do it. I just won't. And they said
that though.
You would think, and there's not. And that's why I said, I said, listen, I understand. By the way, I hate that. It's like if I buy a ticket to go see a concert, I'm paying 20% more just for their convenience fee, and it makes me mad. So I went to AEW, and I was just going to get a ticket. Just walk up and get a ticket. You had to buy it online, so you had to pay the convenience fee. You couldn't buy the ticket at the stage. That made me mad. I almost turned around and left, but if I didn't already pay $10 for the parking, I would have left. I was so mad.
Will call is a thing of the past.
Well, you want to know why it's a thing of the past? Because they don't get their little fee. That's the reason why it's a thing of the past. Makes me mad. I mean, will call used to be the way, man. I mean, it's the way. You're right, Cuervo. It's going away. Everything's changing on this old man. It's getting to the point where I'm tired of the change. That's what it is. It's not the fact that the change, but it's how much everything is changing. It's like I see why old people hate it. You got these old people. I ain't doing that crap. Well, they end up forcing them to do it, and they mess it up, and then they're all jacked up. That's what we got to kind of watch. Mom on the other side of that, make sure that crap don't happen. But that's one of those things. Just like I'm getting to the point where I'm old and I'm getting stubborn, and if I don't want to do something, I have a tendency not to do it, and so I got to make sure I don't get in too much trouble. I'm glad the utility bills don't charge you to pay online, which is where I do all that. So
yeah. You know what, Sonny? When it comes to bills and now a mortgage, everything is set up on auto pay. I don't even deal with it. Everything is.
You're so smart. You're smarter than me. You're smarter than me, because if I was smart, I would do exactly that.
And you can do that.
No, I can't. I don't have it. That takes away the control of me saying you can have it when I tell you can have it. So it's a control thing. I don't control a lot of things anymore in my life. So my money is the one that I control.
Well, I mean, I control my finances too. It's just I don't want to have to deal with trying to remember, like, oh, this bill's due now. Oh God, I forgot to pay that bill.
Speaking of that, I got to pay my auto insurance on Monday. So
exactly, I don't have to worry about that. I just check it every day to see what came out. And, all right, cool.
By the way, I'm mad at Allstate. They ran up. I don't even drive anymore, except to drive my wife around. But I don't even drive to work, and they raised my rates. I'm just so angry. He's just like, dude. I told them. I said, you need to relook at this, or I'm going to get a new one. And they didn't renew it, or they didn't relook at it. So in other words, they didn't give a rip. like my little liability for my old car means anything. They don't care about me. So, but hey, Cadillac. By the way, how's Cadillac running?
Cadillac's running great.
Get it in the garage?
No, we're not going to use the garage for vehicles. It's more of a not storage, but it's a
It's a
hangout.
place where all the stuff is going that you
It's a
don't
hangout.
use.
Well, and a kind of a hangout spot too. You know, we got the pool table in there. We got the liquor cabinet. Got a fridge. Store all the adult beverages.
I won't say man cave because your woman's down there probably a lot doing it too, right? It's not necessarily a man cave.
Well, I'm trying to make it a man cave because we got all of the sports posters and all that frames. They're in the garage. They're hung up in the garage. Definitely send you pictures of that. Got a little bit of mix of stuff. It's not just all mine. It's not just all her stuff. It's a nice
80% of it's yours.
No, I wish. I'd say
No.
it's like right at half, maybe 60-40.
One of my biggest problems is that men lose their identity when they get married because all of a sudden you can't have the Pat Tillman picture on the wall. Yeah, I got Pat Tillman when he was when he passed away. I got it in a frame. Can't hang that up unless it's on your desk. You get little spaces where you can put your stuff after you get married, and it just like, wait a second, I used to have this out where everybody like I live, I don't live with my wife, but my dog's playing poker. Listen, the dog. Oh well, you won't be able to see it, but I got the dogs playing poker. It's one of my favorite pictures of all time. And when I wasn't allowed to put that out. Some of the sacrifices us men have to go through after they say I do, kind of thing.
well, it's funny because what's it called, in our master bedroom, there's split closets.
Split closet, okay.
There's 2 closets in the master bedroom.
And let me guess, it's not your stuff. Yours is in the second bedroom.
Some of it. Well, we both have a little bit of stuff in the other bedroom, but one closet is much bigger than the other.
And so you don't have that one. I got news. I already know that you don't have that one.
I got the smaller one. Yeah, absolutely. We already know that story.
Well, the funny thing is, this is so stupid. It used to be the opposite between me and my wife. I literally just bought 150 shirts. Now, don't ask me how I just got into it. They were just so cheap, I had to buy them. But they're nice. They were these nice shirts here. They're really nice. And I found this warehouse place that was just getting rid of them for $1.50, and I bought 150 of them. I know, I lost my mind.
150. Like same color, same style?
These were a little different, but I mostly got Gildan because I liked the Gildan. They're a little bit more roomier for the bigger guys. So I bought the Gildan. They're a great shirt. They last a long time.
Guys.
Oh, I love them. And they have that. Yeah, they're comfortable. And I popped them for $1.50. This place going out of business. I was just like, yeah. That's what I'm talking about right there. So I got a whole bunch of the same. I got like 6, 7 of the same color: black, red, blue, maroon, green. I got shirts everywhere. I got 150 of them. I'll send you the pictures. It's ridiculous.
Wow. So is there factory down there? Is it like a warehouse, factory, wholesale?
Well, it was a warehouse that was going out of business. They're trying to stay in business now. I just found out that they're still open, but they're not as cheap as they used to be, but they got some cheap clearance. I'll send you the site. And you can see, I literally bought this shirt right here was $1.25. And this is a really nice shirt. It's called Pentagon, I think is the name of it. Not Pentagon. That's not the name. That's the devil thing. I don't know why I said that, but it starts with a P. And it's a good quality shirt. Fits a bigger guy really well.
Yeah,
I pay $1.50 for this on a 5X, which is impossible for a 5X person to buy. Now it's too big, but as soon as it'll go down, and then it'll fit me perfect. That much so, I got a whole bunch of them in there. I haven't even worn yet. Just like a whole bunch of them did, and but they're good shirts, and But no, I was going to send you some Amazon ones, for t-shirts if you need the t-shirt for the wonderful couch potato patch. Which, by the way, these are actually really nice. I mean, well, not okay. Let me rephrase that. These weren't what I wanted, but they actually turned out to be okay. They're not too horrible anyway. I wanted embroidery ones, but it would have been a lot more money. But it said embroidery, so I was like, okay, do that. But yeah, it didn't turn out to be embroidered. The outside did, but
false advertisement.
Yeah. So halftime I do all the graphics and everything, but I never buy stuff used. I mean, for the show, I this is the first thing I really bought besides one or two t-shirts. Outside of that, I just haven't bought anything for it. It seems a little weird. I've been doing the show for 14 years. I think I might have had 4 shirts, 4 maybe. And yeah. So, anyway, I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Same to you.
It's only 2:00 where you're at, so you got plenty of time. So
yeah, I do get some.
Waiting for. Is your wife indulging in adult beverages while she's out and about, or is she shopping? What's she doing?
She's at probably wine, because she's with a friend at it's like a balloon and wine festival or something like that.
Do you guys go to a lot of that kind of stuff, like wine festivals and stuff like that? Do you guys go?
Not wine festivals, but we have done a couple of. Matter of fact, we're going to do it in a couple of weeks. A wine tasting. Just to go to the wineries, because we live not too far from the wine country out in Temecula, California. Temecula.
Yeah.
The wine country over there. Yeah, we've gone a couple times.
Do that you're gonna do that in a couple of weeks?
Yeah, to go do a wine tasting at one of the wineries.
Probably about Sunday at about 10 in the morning. Where are we going to see Cuervo?
No, like on Saturday. It'll be a Saturday thing.
Cool.
So that way I can be here Sunday to be with the couch potato.
Yeah. Well, I tell everybody I don't promise Cuervo in the off season. So so if he comes, we're in good shape. But Z, how about him? Is he amazing? Or oh my gosh, this kid, 13 years old, he knows more about sports than me. It just makes me. She came on the first week, showed me up the whole damn show. It was the dumbest thing I've ever experienced. Not that he's dumb. I felt like an idiot. This is this kid out here showing me up on my own show I've been doing for 14 years. There you go. Good kid, funny kid.
Yeah, I like having him around, because it's. I mean, you call me new school. I mean, that kid's really new school.
That's the newest school right there, man. I'm telling you. Not only that, he knows so much. And if he doesn't know it, he knows where to find it, which is amazing too. It's like, God, that's what happens when you start getting old and you're depending on the kid. Listen, dude, during football season, I lean on you like probably way too much, but you got to keep it. So I have to pass it down to someone. But I put on one of these videos at the end. Who knows how long we'll do this? I don't know how long I'll be doing this. I don't have any reason to stop. So see, who knows when it'll be. So, all right, my man. I held you too long. Get to work before your woman kicks your ass when she walks through the door.
She's like, you haven't done anything.
Man, Sonny, I knew it. I knew it. If you got on the air with Sonny, this was going to happen.
Like what? We were only on for 4.5 hours. So
hey, we're talking only 4.5 hours. My wife's so funny. She goes, "How do you do 4.5 hours?" I say, "I don't know. We just do it. We just go." That's what happens when you don't have a life. I mean, when you don't have anything to do. And speaking of that, I got my sink started leaking. I got to call my landlord. My sink started leaking, and I just happened to hear it drip, and I just happened to have a big pot underneath where it was, dripping. So I got lucky because it was it was up there near the top of it. So I caught it before it started overflowing. So I got lucky.
Oh, wow.
I normally miss that kind of stuff. That'd sit there for about 3 or 4 days. I didn't even know about it. Well, probably was 3 or 4 days, but so I got to get that fixed tomorrow. So I got that going for me.
All right. Well, hopefully I'm sure it'll get fixed pretty quick.
You bet. You get to work before your wife has my ass, and
First.
Well, yeah, definitely. Well, that's our job.
Then maybe you, and then back to me again.
Yeah, it's a fair chewing for everybody. We're out of here, everybody. Ciao.